Hello and welcome to the special business meeting for the District of Squamish for Tuesday, December 16th. Holland Squallen, Clis Tuchtma, Ta Squamish Oakmail. As always, we're gathered to do our work today on the traditional and unceded territory of the Squamish Nation. Please be advised this council meeting is being live streamed, recorded, and will be available to the public to view on the District of Squamish website following the meeting. If you have concerns, please notify the corporate officer present at the meeting. Council, we have an amended agenda before us. It's been amended from an earlier version that you likely saw, and the only change is to reorder the item so we can address the what we heard report before we engage substantively with the budget itself. So, can I have someone move adoption of the amended agenda? Moved by Councillor French, second by Councillor Stoner. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. And just given that this report came and we were working on a compressed timeline, so it's not it's actually remarkable that we have it, but it did arrive just with us just this morning. I'm going to recess the meeting for 15 minutes to consume this to spend some time, so we all have time to spend with this report, and then we'll reconvene following that. So we're in a 15-minute air quotes break until to do that. So we'll recess the meeting. Thank you. Right, welcome back, everybody. We are on item 3.1, which is the What We Heard report for budget 2026, and I'll turn over to staff to introduce themselves and run us through the presentation.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Fiona Rare, Public Engagement Specialist, and I'm joined here with Rachel Boguski, Manager of Communications. The purpose of this presentation is to provide an overview of public input around the draft 2026 through 2035 10-year financial plan over the course of this year. Public engagement on the draft 10-year financial plan began in late April 2025 with a citizen satisfaction survey centered on understanding community priorities and residents' levels of satisfaction with a variety of district services and programs. This campaign primarily featured a mailed survey to gather statistically valid results from a random sample of 1,800 residents. The Citizen Satisfaction Survey detailed report on findings was presented to Council on June 24th, 2024. As a brief reminder, the most important issue facing the district in this survey was around the amenities, infrastructure, and services needed to keep up with the pace of growth. The second most important issue was around the cost of living and housing affordability. The top housing issue was not having enough affordable homes for sale. In terms of budget input, 43% of respondents were supportive of maintaining current service and investment with increasing taxes. In October 2025, a fall budget engagement campaign was launched to coincide with council budget workshops throughout November and December. Public engagement objectives for the fall budget engagement campaign were as follows: to build understanding about how the District of Squamish makes financial decisions given competing priorities. And number 2, to seek public input prior to the adoption of the 10-year financial plan. Feedback will continue to be compiled through the readings of the financial plan bylaw. The community priorities identified through the input received are as follows. Number 1 is recreation and culture services and facilities. We've heard calls for an expanded recreation center with some or all of the following: a second ice rink, larger aquatic facility, and additional amenities such as a fitness center, indoor track, and multi-purpose room. We have also heard the need for reduced program wait lists, particularly swimming lessons. In terms of cultural services and facilities, Squamish Arts has made requests for a mural repair, arts equipment storage at Junction Park, and an arts, culture, and heritage strategy update. Please note that comments received on recreation facilities comprised most of the feedback received. Other themes are highlights from the rest of the public input in no specific order. The next is financial planning and taxation. Some residents are willing to pay more for recreation upgrades. Others suggest that increases be aligned with inflation as household affordability is a concern. There were suggestions to explore public-private partnerships and grants for major projects, concerns about the Recreation Center Task Force timelines, consultant costs, and not incorporating enough community expertise. And I will notice that the comment about the consultant costs is not included in your printed report. It is included in the online package, and we've printed a document with the comment for your convenience. And then finally, appreciation for budget tools and continued financial transparency. For amenities and infrastructure, comments referenced improved streetscapes, sidewalks to support mobility, and community design. Also, there was input around amenities and infrastructure needed before additional population growth. For public safety, there has been concern around increased vandalism and theft in parts of downtown, requests for additional firefighters to respond to taller buildings, a request to invest more in emergency management, fire smart work, and increased access to neighborhoods with one access road. There was also a request from Royal Canadian Marine Search and Rescue, Squamish Search and Rescue, and the Squamish Paddling Club for a water safety facility in the Blind Channel. For parking and transportation, there were frustrations with the lack of parking downtown and winter parking regulations, interest in downtown parking infrastructure in general, appreciation for investment in multi-use paths, request for continued investment at bus shelters, and a request for stanchions at Braemar and Skyline. For housing affordability and cost of living, we heard general affordability concerns related to food, housing, and cost of living, and the need for more affordable and diverse housing options. Under the environment theme, there was a concern about wildlife at Smoke Bluffs Park and a suggestion for bear-proof food lockers, a comment supporting net zero future builds, suggestion for household metering to encourage conservation, and one comment about the dump nearing capacity and wondering about the long-term waste management strategy. And finally, under tourism and economic development, Tourism Squamish sent in a letter requesting a tourism master plan, programming to support small businesses and the outdoor recreation economy and other matters. SORCA has requested that the district revisit their funding level as well.
This year saw, pardon me, improvements to the budget book module of the district's budgetary software. The budget book tool allows residents to drill down into the budget within the main topic areas. This is a visual tool that lets users explore through budget area, then category, then department, and into individual project details. Some improvements were made to improve the overall user experience. In addition to being responsive, the digital version is accessible, so it's screen reader friendly. Operating budgets are now included with cost center descriptions and goals. And informative content such as introduction, overview, budget principles, glossary of terms were also included. We're always seeking feedback on ways to make this tool even more accessible and helpful for all of our residents, and we'll continue to make improvements along the way. This slide highlights the engagement tactics used during this campaign. Let's Talk Squamish.ca was the online home for information and ways to engage. A promotional campaign utilized social media, print advertising, posters, and our weekly e-news. In-person events included coffee with council events held at the Backyard, Cafe Garibaldi and Brackendale Bean, a budget-themed mayor's drop-in at Municipal Hall, and the budget information night at Howe Sound Inn and Brewing. Communications and public outreach included news release to local media, weekly mentions in our Friday e-news, weekly print advertising in the Squamish Chief, a regular social media post to support budget conversations and awareness, plus an advertising campaign to promote the budget information night, posters at district facilities and community boards, posters at 14 bus shelters, resident comments and feedback by email to budgetfeedback@squamish.ca, a budget banter comments board and comment cards at Howe Sound Inn and Brewing during the budget information night, and an opportunity for residents to submit input through Let's Talk Squamish. This slide shows a few of the metrics that we track year over year in our campaigns. So for reference, views is the total number of times that budget-related content was displayed on social media. Engagements include likes, link clicks, reactions, and shares. As for Let's Talk Squamish, the number of visits to the page is largely a result of click-throughs from our social media content. Council meeting streams refers to the number of people who watch some or all of the budget workshops. Budget book users refers to the number of engagements using the online Budget Explorer tool. The interactive budget tool received 35,114 views from 919 users during the public engagement period. Total comments refers to all of the comments received via Let's Talk Squamish email, formal letters, through in-person conversations, on comment cards, and on our budget banter board at the budget information night.
Here are some photos from our budget information night, which took place on December 10th from 6 to 8 p.m. at How Sound in Brewing. An estimated 50 people attended the event. This year's event featured mingling with council members and key staff, complimentary snacks and refreshments, a public viewing of information boards, a presentation about the draft 10-year financial plan by Mayor Herford, and a facilitated panel discussion with council members. Questions and comments were encouraged from event attendees, both during the Q&A part of the panel discussion and before and after while residents explored the boards. Council and staff were available to answer questions and respond to concerns. We know that the financial plan is a big nut for residents to crack, and we much appreciate all who put the time in to provide feedback this year. It is also worth noting that feedback is gathered year-round on a variety of topic areas, all of which helps to support the development of budgets by our budget managers. Based on the information in this presentation, we recommend that Council receive for information the budget engagement What We Heard report, summarizing public comments and questions relating to the proposed 2026 through 2035 financial plan. Thank you very much for listening. This is the end of our presentation. We welcome questions and comments at this time.
Council, who would like to start us off with questions? I'll actually I have a quick one, and then I'll go to you, Councillor Anderson, just to thank you very much for all the efforts throughout the budget and for the report. The statistics that you cited around the engagement online and so on, how do they compare to did you compare them to last year? I'm just wondering how we're doing, and did we see a higher level of engagement this year versus last year? Those numbers by themselves, I'm just having a hard time contextualizing. Can you add something there?
Thank you for the question through the chair. On social, the total views were actually up by 13% over last year. The overall, the total engagements were down on social media by about 60%. We found that because we were constantly driving people to the budget tool and Let's Talk, that we didn't have as many budget related comments and questions on social media. And does that help to answer your question?
Yes, I think so. No, that's helpful, and I think the driving people to the appropriate place to provide the feedback makes good sense. So thank you for that. And my last question, just in the report, there's can you run through what types of things would be redacted? Like in the report, there are some pieces that have been redacted. Can you just talk about the criteria for that? What types of information that people provided or redacted in the report?
I can answer that through the chair. All personal information, phone number, name, email address, physical address is all redacted.
Okay, and that's the criteria. So whenever we see that, we can just assume that it contained something that was related to those topics.
Yeah, and through the chair, and feel free, Melissa, if you'd like to chime in, anything that's identifying it as personal information as well would be redacted. So if it's obvious, a person, has 4 children under this age, lives on this exact block, and their house looks like this, would be redacted.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you for that.
Um,
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, through the chair. I also have something to add to the previous comment, if that's okay. So I should mention that through Let's Talk, we actually had higher engagement. You'll remember that last year we had the Q&A tool and we had 28 contributions, and this year we had 58 submissions through Let's Talk.
And
Great.
adding to that, the total visits to Let's Talk were up 31.5% over last year.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Anderson, would you like to, over to you?
Thank you. I've just come across a comment in the package before us that makes me curious, and perhaps it may be a question for a finance department or for a planning department, and it concerns household composition. And I'll just read the comment or the question from one of our correspondents here. My concern is that high density living is resulting in significant inequities in taxing the school system, healthcare, water composition, water consumption, subsidized community recreation programs, transit. The town needs to move to a system of taxing according to a number of people in a household. It started out with, as a taxpayer, I'm noticing an increasing trend for multi-generational families in a single dwelling. My question is, and it's just, I'm sort of musing here, is this a trend? Is this something that other local governments or jurisdictions are watching and noticing? And is it something that is being observed or studied as regards, do we need to adapt our taxation system to the changing trends in household composition with higher density living? It's a very general question. It just popped off the page in this package for me, and I just wondered whether you may have any comments about this observation being made. Thank you.
Through the chair, I can start answering the question, perhaps. Jonas Vlnishkis, Senior Director of Community Development. It's really hard to track the actual household composition year to year. So we don't have great data about which house contains how many residents, and that probably fluctuates a lot. So I could see some real challenges with trying to apply that approach.
And I'll just add to that, Heather Boxer, General Manager of Financial IT and Procurement Services. Currently I am not aware of any trending at the provincial level. The taxation methodology is very much dictated through the province. So, and we have not heard of any sort of trending or change of that at this time.
Thank you. That's helpful. I do have another question, Mayor.
Yep, go ahead.
It's been a while since the citizen satisfaction survey exercise. I guess it was early in this year. And from the presentation, it occurs to me to make some comparisons as to what kind of opportunities we're offering our citizens. That was an opportunity. And I don't recall offhand what kind of an opportunity it was for open-ended comments. In this package we have before us, there's a lot of interesting letters and commentary on issues not necessarily budget related, but nonetheless interesting, and I hope that we won't lose track of some of these comments. But it makes me ask, can we better offer those opportunities throughout the year so that it all doesn't get lost in the big package at budget input season? I guess I've got a couple of questions here. Can we reflect on our citizen satisfaction survey exercise and maybe adapt it in light of what we're seeing with this budget input? Is that citizen satisfaction survey, by the way, intended to be an annual exercise? I'll stop there. Thank you.
Through the chair, I believe we have not decided whether it's an annual exercise or every 2 years, or more than that. That's great feedback. Thank you. In terms of innovating the citizen satisfaction survey and making sure that we're receiving input throughout the year and being very organized with the input and presenting the input throughout the year on a regular basis, so it's not bulked in budget season. Thank you.
I guess in summary, it occurs to me that some of these comments are well thought through and a lot of thoughtfulness behind them. And it would be a shame if we're not offering appropriate opportunities in other venues and circumstances to gather that input from citizens. Thank you.
Councillor Pettingill?
Yeah, this goes a bit to Councillor Anderson's first question, and I noticed in addition to someone asking about could we change your taxation to be based on number of people in a household, there's another comment about change your taxation to income level and so on. And municipalities have been advocating, we've talked about it here, to the province for different taxation mechanisms, and we're just not permitted to. And so there's these pieces of misunderstanding in the community, and I sort of spoke at a bit more length at the panel on Wednesday about sort of the reality or the restrictions we're facing from the province on being able to charge developers and what we do, what the limitations are, what we do in the context we live in. So I guess my question is, what is our practice right now when we see these sorts of comments to steer people to some background information to give them a bit more context? If that isn't something we're able to do now, when would we sort of maybe have a conversation about if or can or should we sort of provide some of that contextual information as we're receiving, people who have, on the surface reasonable ideas, but we face provincial restrictions which just don't allow us to do those things, and helping the community understand the sort of context we're working in.
Thank you for the comment through the chair. There is a possibility for us to go back to the Q&A tool as we did last year, where staff responded to questions live. We also have an opportunity to go through all of the comments and create a Q&A document, something on Let's Talk and through our social channels that answers some of the questions. As you've noticed, you've just received the report, so there's still a lot we can do with the material going forward.
And would you need some council direction on that, or is that something that would
Sorry,
sort of
Councillor
happen?
Pettingill, I have Ms. Glendale would like to provide a comment.
Thank you very much. And I think this is somewhat getting outside of the scope of the communications team and engaging on the budget. Federal, provincial, and municipal tax regimes is something that I would suggest is council's responsibility to communicate, as well as, we could find ways to perhaps point people to where they can research how property taxes and tax regimes are created at the different provincial levels. And we can take that away and provide that on our website potentially. I don't think we need direction for that, and just want to rein in the scope of the engagement here with our financial plan. Thanks.
Follow up, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I just want to understand sort of what our options are and what council might need to direct or not, or budget for or not, if we wanted to go further. So I'm just sort of wanting to understand what we're already doing, and then what our next steps would be if we wanted to discuss doing something.
So, just to clarify, are you thinking something along the lines of who's responsible for what in service delivery amongst the orders of government as an orientation piece, if it doesn't exist already, like something along those lines or further?
Yeah, and sort of a DCC, ACC, CAC 101 as well. And, a couple little assets like that of things that we see come up again and again and again, and sort of end up being points of contention where we end up arguing about things that, it's not really where where we have room to maneuver. And so there's other things that we can maybe better discuss. And so, just what are our options there?
I wonder about maybe a way to frame this is, given this feedback is some of it, a lot of it is directly for the budget debates upcoming and others more broadly, how does the organization intend to use this? Is this just for the budget piece? Does this get distributed to the people that might be working on the areas that that are commented on, that kind of thing? Is that maybe a good starting point for what you're thinking? Or am I going a totally different direction?
No, I guess that's fair. And I'm just sort of wondering, I'm not clear if we are at this point sort of just receiving the feedback and council digest it here, or do we sort of proactively at this point deal with any of these things? And is this something I want to earmark for a future conversation if there's pieces we're not doing now?
My inclination for this piece of our work today is we're working towards receiving the report to inform our budget debate. But all this feedback, I like having this and the satisfaction survey around to refer to from time to time as I contemplate things, but also can be incorporated. The feedback can be incorporated broadly, but we need some time with it, both ourselves and the organization. So it's really about understanding what's here and making sure all the sources that we, all the feedback is captured, and then sort of actioning it is a subsequent step expressed through budget. So if that satisfies you for now, I can move on to other questions if there are some. That was anyone else have a question on the report or the staff recommendation is to receive, which is where we're headed. But go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I just wanted to ask about the types of engagement that we did, and thank you for the summary. There were lots of options. Early on when we kicked off our budget process, we had envisioned some additional kind of new novel ways of engaging on the budget, and they weren't able to happen because of some job action that changed the timeline of our process. I'm just wondering, I guess, we are still on the process that we are with our budget development, but I feel like those were really unique opportunities that our community probably really would have benefited from, in part just like increasing that dialogue around how we set budgets, how we get feedback on what we prioritize. And so is there still opportunity to do that sort of engagement work, maybe not in time for adoption of the budget per se, but around like continued education, kind of similar to what Councillor Pettingill is saying on the work that we're doing, how we're prioritizing that work. I just know that there were a number of folks who were excited about the budget bingo and trivia night.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you for the question. Yeah, unfortunately, we did have to cancel the trivia night and the bingo due to the labor dispute. Just wasn't the right time. We would love to host those events. We have been talking internally about hosting trivia in particular around spring public engagement, and our trivia host is still on board, and so I would be very surprised if it doesn't happen.
Ms. Fengi?
Through the chair, Julie Vengi, General Manager of Corporate Services. As part of our debrief of the 2025 process, we will be reviewing all of the engagement events and what things worked, and then coming up with a plan for the next year. I just would be hesitant to promise anything in advance of that, just to make sure that we have the time and the capacity of the organisation to make it all work.
And just on that point, when would we, I know we still have some work to do to get to the other side of the budget process, but what's the timing on the debrief? Because I know spring engagement, it seems that we go really quick through that Q1 to Q2 time. Just rough timelines on that. So we're not debriefing it here, but we know it's coming. Is that a February thing, or just?
Through the chair, we don't have that timing at the moment. I think that what we're concentrating on now is moving through this particular budget period, but we will, we'll be able to get back to you with that.
Okay, thank you. Council, any other questions? Go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks. And this is I'm picking out one of the points, and I don't want to go down a road of discussing the point itself, just where consideration of this point would lie in our budgeting process. So it's a concern about the stanchions on Braemar and Skyline, right? Back last year, early 2025, we put a traffic calming policy in place, and we were going to be posting a sort of listed ranking of projects so the public can see what traffic calming projects we have, because that's one example of many examples of traffic calming around our community. Perhaps could I ask for a staff update on we've received some input on the timing of that traffic calming policy, so that folks who have concerns about their community, this is obviously one person who's come forward to say, I have a problem here, and I think the budget process is the right place for this conversation. But I think the right place for the conversation is that overarching traffic calming place. And our role in budget is to be allocating funding to traffic calming. So could you give us some insight into the timing of that traffic calming policy information being put out to the community?
Ms. Glendale?
Thank you. Through the mayor, appreciate the question, and don't have the appropriate staff to answer that question, but we can follow up with that. Thank you.
And I think that's actually a great example of what we're looking to do is receive this report so we can action them at the appropriate time. So I love that it's triggering questions for folks that are specific, but if this is what we can work from, that's what we're looking to receive, and then the work rolls forward. I'll go to Councillor Stoner and then Pettingill.
Yeah, I think maybe following up on that, I guess the question being like, there are a number of comments in here that are budget related, but more so on a prioritization of specific items of work that are within work plans. So we set kind of the envelope, and requests in here are requests to elevate one component in that envelope. And so I guess my question is, how do those requests get filtered from the budget process to our staff? And does that happen naturally, or is that something that we need to direct through council?
Would you like to, Ms. Glendale?
Thank you. Through the mayor, staff do not pull out specific comments and address them and answer them in any sense. So this is for council feedback to incorporate into the budget. If there is something that council wants to direct through budget, then that is up to council. But appreciate I'm asking for the clarity.
And yeah, go ahead.
Thanks for that clarification. I think the challenge that I have with it is that often folks in the community probably don't understand the difference between just commenting on budget versus commenting on, this is where I see an opportunity to advocate on behalf of the active transportation project that I want to advance. And so as I understand it, do we need to go through all 60 pages and pull out the specific items and refer each one to the appropriate staff members? So the Braemar goes to our transportation folks. The Sorka one goes to our partnership component. Like, there's a number of individualized requests. I'm not looking for staff to necessarily respond to them, but it seems like it's a missed opportunity to get feedback from our community to our staff on specific items if they're not being pulled out from the budget input.
So I guess this goes to next steps from here. Any thoughts on how a process for that?
What I would like to do is speak to the CLT. I don't remember that last year we pulled anything out and referred it to staff. So if you could give me the timeout, whether it's on the lunch break or before we come back to budget, to have that conversation around what this looks like. Traditionally or historically, we haven't used the budget engagement feedback to influence operational decisions. But let me have a conversation and come back.
I think this is an interesting point and important for us to understand. I do think that if I've got Councillor Pettingill, I think I had you next, but I think we could receive this report and have an outstanding question around what a next steps would be with its content, so that we know what we're working from, and that transitions the process from our comms team as to the the methods of collection and engagement, and then into the action, which is more broad in the organization from there, and some for us for budget, but potentially some feedback. We want to make sure that it finds its way to the appropriate place in the organization. So if everyone's comfortable with that, I think that feels like a good next step to me. I'll go to Councillor Pettingill, and then we'll take it from there.
There are a number of pages with this format in our report. Can staff clarify what the source of those were? Was this collected by Squamish Minor Hockey? I feel like I saw these ones before. I'm just looking for clarity on what the source of these ones were.
Through the chair, that's correct. Squamish Minor Hockey created their own petition and received their own comments, which were then compiled and submitted to the district.
And just, I saw you hold up the report. Were those the ones that look like an Excel file? Sort of like they're parsed off? Is that what?
Yeah, it looks like a one-column spreadsheet. There's a number of pages of that format.
Okay. Sorry. Just when I think about this is actually a really good question. I wonder if these pages that came from an external source could be labeled as such. So when someone's consuming this, they know that, like, the Squamish, it does follow the Squamish Minor Hockey piece, but maybe is it easy to watermark those or something all the way through so we can sort of delineate where the sources were?
Through the chair, yes, that I meant to do that and I forgot. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
We're here
Thank
to.
you for that reminder.
Okay. Okay. I understand we have a answer on the related to the traffic calming question earlier. Sotomayor.
Thank you, through the chair. Just to give a quick update on the project, I think that's what was being sought. The initial prioritization of traffic calming requests has now been completed, and the ranked list of projects has been uploaded to the traffic calming website. In addition to the prioritization, staff are working to confirm and prepare cost estimates for the recommended mitigation measures at the highest priority locations. Once the recommended mitigation measures have been confirmed, the 3 to 5 top ranking projects will be shared on the traffic calming website, along with an appropriate implementation timeline. And staff are aiming to have costed priority projects identified and published by early 2026, with implementation following in the spring.
That addresses your concern.
Thanks very much. Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Pettingill, was that you were good on the question? So I think I'm through the speakers list at this point.
Yeah,
but
I'll move the staff recommendation to receive the report.
And I'll second it if the recommendation includes just that includes a staff ability to do minor edits for readability, such as the water stamping. Would that be okay?
Yes, absolutely. I didn't receive for information and allow edits to clarify the source of the comments received.
There you go. I'll second that. Thank you. Comments?
Staff, I know staff was working on a very compressed timeline on this. Thank you very much for all the work that's gone into this, particularly in the coding or the organization, the categorization of the comments. It's extraordinarily valuable for me. I don't know about other councillors. Obviously, the staff receives all the comments just as they all just come in, and it would be fairly easy to just give us all those comments and let us parse them in our brains. But it's extraordinarily helpful to do that, for us to see that in an initial categorization so that we can see the different themes that are coming up. I know that's a non-trivial piece of work, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson, comment?
I'm not sure where there might be an opportunity or an occasion to comment on the public event that we had recently. I'll do that just quickly and generally. We've coped with the clumsiness that's resulted from our labor dispute and related delays coming out of that, and some of our public input program did suffer, but I felt that we had a very successful public information night just recently at the House Sound Inn. And sometimes in the past, we've discussed about how or whether we should favor a town hall format event. And I've always been in favor of that. And I thought that to the extent to which we did incorporate that town hall question and answer open-ended program, I thought it should always be welcome, in my opinion. I observed that the audience members were learning from each other's questions, and they were also learning from the answers received and coming and starting new conversations resulting from coming out of those interactions. So I feel we should always be ready to face the music, so to speak, in these public information and input meeting events. I also just finally wanted to encourage, and I'm sure that staff are always looking at the different opportunities we put out there, the citizen satisfaction survey, this event, ongoing Let's Talk initiatives. But I'll just encourage that we should take a close look always at how they compare with each other, the results, the participation at a glance slide that we had. I'm sure that there was one also produced for the citizen satisfaction survey. But we should always be thinking and rethinking how we can encourage input and different types of input at different occasions throughout the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor Herford. In supporting the motion, I will share that in my decades of following these annual budget processes, I think that this year has been one of the most effective, particularly around quantity of feedback. Quality may be a little questionable. Some of the things I've read left me feeling like there are many people in our community who really don't understand what we do, how we do it, and the timeframes that we work in. Nonetheless, the fact that we've drawn a lot of people into our process this year is impressive. And my gut tells me that when I think back over past years, the number of pieces of individual feedback from individual community members is quite high. So thanks for all the work and thanks for effectively generating interest in our budget process.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Pettingill, then Greenlaw.
Yeah, thanks. Really appreciate the summary and just a few reflections. I thought the panel and budget information night was very successful. Lots of people asking good questions and everyone sort of listening and learning. I thought it was a fantastic event. I do, in sort of response to Councillor Anderson, I think it is important that want to be cautious about setting up an expectation that sort of the last minute, the last week is the time to get in the feedback. And we do sort of engagement. I'm really glad to hear that there's some spring events planned. Just want to encourage people and remind people that we are listening all year round, and everything we hear all year long goes into our plans. And the earlier the feedback gets in, the more chance we have to react to it for the coming fiscal year. I am, I understand the challenges that the labor dispute had and so on for us. I am feeling a little bit like I'd like a little bit more time to sort of sit and ruminate in everything we've heard and so on. I know we're still trying to push for the reasons of having stuff approved very early or by the end of December normally. So that's just a bit of tension for me, but overall, I'm really happy with the improvements we're making in our engagement process and want to thank the community for participating so well in all of this.
Thank you. Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks through the chair. Thank you for collating all this information and giving it to us in a consumable fashion. That's very helpful. It's really important that we hear the feedback from the public. So I really appreciate that. I have a few comments about what I heard. So I'm just going to start talking about it. One of the ongoing themes that I see in a lot of the feedback is that people are willing to give more and to be more engaged to improve the quality of life in Squamish. And I want to take advantage of these offers. This, to my mind, is the goal of those community partnership programs that we're trying to bring into fruition. How do we use the talent, time, and resources of members of the public to bring desperately wanted resources to our community? So I've heard from many residents, and certainly not all, that they would gladly contribute more in taxation. However, there are also many who would simply cannot afford a single additional expense. If we do go ahead with this Brennan Park task force, someone in that group should be responsible for liaising with a member of the public who is fundraising in community to bring a new rec center to fruition. And perhaps also this staff member is liaising with someone who is sourcing in-kind donations from some of the building groups in town, the developers in towns that have materials that we can source new buildings with. When I look at our long-term needs and expenditures as a community, they are in the hundreds of millions of dollars and in the not so distant future, which is frankly financially untenable with our current monetary realities, especially with the cost escalations that we experience. So we need to get creative. We need to do things differently. And we as a municipal government need to empower and facilitate the engagement of our public to help with cultivating this bright future for Squamish. Which brings me to my next topic, which is our emergency evacuation plan. I've saw a couple of comments in here about it, and I've mentioned this before, but I think we need to have a debrief about it as a council. Though we are not the ones who are in the situation room, we are often the ones who field questions, and it's in our town's best interest for us all to be well versed in this plan, but also to have an assessment of the plan, which is 6 years old now, and decide if we want to set up realistically the next council with the undertaking of the rather difficult task of coordinating with all the other organizations, all the other governments in the Sea to Sky, all the other Sea to Sky governments to modernize the plan as our population has increased and changed significantly since the plan was put in place, and we have very different organizations in play now. Furthermore, going back to that piece about empowering community to be engaged to help improve Squamish, we should have a town hall where we can inform the public that one, an evacuation plan does exist, because a lot of people don't know that. Two, what the plan is, where to find it, what an evacuation might look like, how to be prepared, etc. And possibly as a third consideration, an opportunity to engage and empower the public through having some sort of civilian evacuation task group where people, and I've heard of organizations in the Lower Mainland and Sunshine Coast and stuff who come in and help organize a civilian response to evacuation. I think that if we did have an evacuation situation, we're going to need all the help we can get. And we don't want people panicking. We want it to be as organized as possible. So I really feel in terms of the safety and future of our community, I want to say we should have this done before fire season. But of course, as the person who wrote in pointed out, every season is hazardous in Squamish. But I do feel like this is incredibly important. You know, when I brought this up last time, I read through my email, and at that time we had 8 active fires in our district. Like, this is not a drill. Climate change is real. It's already taken out our highway once this year. And we need to be prepared for it. And furthermore, especially at this time when so few people trust their government, we need our people to know that there is a plan, that people are thinking about it, and that we're all going to work together and do our best in that scenario. So just being prepared, I think, is the best way to do that. Anyways, that's my feedback for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I want to thank staff for all the work, as others have said, pulling together all this information as well as facilitating all the various forms of engagement on our budget. You folks continue to find creative ways to get folks to engage on what is really complex topic, and it continues to show that folks are really engaging in those ways that you're providing. A big thanks to our community for showing up, for diving into the details. I'm not going to find the exact number, but the number of folks that actually engaged on the new platform, I wish I had it at my hands here, but 919 users, 35,000 views on the online budget tool. I feel like is pretty impressive. That means that there's folks who are not only just like engaging at the surface level, but also really diving into the details. And I saw that in some of the public engagement, in-person public engagement components that we did as well. And so I just want to thank our community for taking the time to dive into the numbers. I think rooting all of this in our first ever citizen satisfaction survey was a really fantastic first step. And I'm so grateful that we were able to finally do that work. Because it starts to really frame up some of the tensions that we see as we continue to do this work. The most important issue facing the District of Squamish, 38% said its amenities, infrastructure, and services need to keep pace with growth, while 22% said cost of living and housing affordability. I hate to say that those two are in tension, but those two are in tension when your budgets are limited. And so again, just want to like reflect on the fact that the citizen satisfaction survey and the ongoing engagement that we've done on our budget really helps not just us as counselors wrestle with the tensions that our community is facing, but do that in collaboration and in coordination with our community members so that they can inform that decision and be part of it. Undoubtedly, we heard a lot about recreation facilities, and we've had lots of time to discuss that, and we'll have more time to discuss that this afternoon. But there are a number of other things in the feedback that we've received that some of them are operational, and I hope that our staff find ways to capture the feedback that we've received here that is even just operational, not necessarily budget specific. And I know that myself and my council colleagues will take the higher level components and incorporate those into the actual budget discussion. As other councillors have said, budget is one point in time, but our budget discussions extend throughout the year. And so also happy to see how we continue that dialogue beyond just this initial year, but to continue to support the 10-year financial plan with the next round as we look into the spring already. It was not too far away. So while I was really hopeful that we were going to be able to do some of the budget bingo and trivia nights in time for this budget season, I look forward to being able to do them for the next one. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I just wanted to add or reinforce the idea. I think there is a piece coming out of this, and if we talk about it in February, I guess it's to be determined when looking at the opportunities to help the public understand sort of where there are key knowledge gaps that I think are causing our sort of more obstacles than is necessary in terms of having a discussion. And in that realm a little bit, it is my understanding that our emergency plan has been getting sort of ongoing review and testing. It would maybe be worthwhile listening to the discussion, maybe for us to have a committee of the whole and get a refresher on where we are, and maybe there's some other things to do there. But I know Councillor Stoner and I had the opportunity, I guess that was in our first term, to participate in those exercises with Ms. Latimer, and my recollection is that since then we have received updates on ongoing updates to the plan and so on. So I don't want people to think that this has been left to language or been forgotten. It's been updated and so on, and then so maybe it is time to have a committee of the whole for an update there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to our communications team for all the work on putting this together and engaging with our community. I think the resident satisfaction survey was an excellent foundation for this work, and really set us up well. Whether we need to do it fulsomely, there's a whole discussion around how what that should look like. But I found it in this context extremely useful, and the feedback here, the other feedback that we received in this What We Heard report, sort of validates what we heard through the largely validates what we heard through the satisfaction survey, which is great. I think my only notes on improvements, we heard a little bit about just like little things to make it so we can understand where the source of some of the feedback is when appropriate, but also some context so we can see how we're moving the needle, whether that's like, I think we have some things to really celebrate here around the increased engagement we have in this process, and And so going forward, I'd love to see some sort of like trends over time or something to understand how our community is taking advantage of the opportunities that we provide them as we find ever creative ways to evolve those to reflect the times and the technologies available. So thank you so much. And more broadly, I'd like to thank everyone that participated in any way, whether that was simply clicking through the budget tool and having an exploration, or taking the time to provide their feedback directly, and ultimately coming out to engage in person, which can be a challenging thing to do. So that's at the Coffee with Council events, the Mayor's Drop-In events, as well as, of course, the budget night. And particularly on the budget event, I think that event was great, and I'm happy to hear that comments from some of my colleagues that confirm that. And I'd like to thank my colleagues for the work that night. It's a challenging format, and I think there was a great balance of answering the questions with individual perspective as we grapple with balancing all the things that we need to balance as as a community, but as a council. So thank you so much, and I look forward to I would love to do I was sad to see the trivia and bingo drop off, but in the spirit of every conversation being a budget conversation, perhaps there's room for those events ahead of us, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. So thank you so much. So one more quick comment last word goes to Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. I just wanted to have my council colleagues reflect on the value of the budget survey, or the community satisfaction survey, coming into this budget cycle, particularly if we think about looking at data from one year to another to see the changes in our community, how important these community feedback surveys happening on an annual basis can be. So it's just that's really a point for my council colleagues to think about if this community feedback survey comes back to us. Thanks.
Thank you. With that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. Council, we will recess now for lunch, and then we'll reconvene. We do have so I'm just going to give you a time. We will take the hour, so we'll be back at 1:30. All right, welcome back, everybody. Just before we jump into the next item, which is the 2026 to 2035 financial plan, outstanding council motions, we're going to circle back with Ms. Glende to address a question that we had that came up in the section just prior to this around how the comments that are included in the What We Heard report, which we just received, work their way through the system or not to inform work plans. So over to you, Ms. Glende.
Thank you, through the mayor, and appreciate the extra time to formulate an answer to the question. So for clarity, absolutely, staff read the comments and are well aware of all of the feedback that comes through. In terms of actioning those comments, if staff were to do that, it would be out of step. It would be actioning work without council endorsement. Staff rely on the strategic plan, annual work plans, of course, master plans, and then council direction throughout the year. Operational type suggestions or citizens needing help or emergencies, there are all kinds of contact information on our website for those. But in terms of the purpose of these comments, it's to inform council's prioritization in terms of funding the budget that's before you now. And then we now can rely on a statistically significant citizen survey in the spring and council direction through the year for our work. So that is the answer. And if there are specific comments that council would like action, then yes, we would seek direction on that. Thank you.
Anybody have a question in relation to that? Go ahead, Councillor Greenlaw, and then Stoner.
Yeah, I guess I just have a comment to it. A lot of the comments that we're receiving are pieces that are like functionally only actionable by staff. They're too kind of micro for council to be actioning on. Like to take, for us to create motions to take action on every item of feedback in here is a litany of work. So there has to be some way for staff to be able to receive some of this information and action it without changing the objectives that council has set forth. No? Comments from my council colleagues, I appreciate it.
I'll go to Ms. Glende for a reply first.
Thank you. The purpose of this feedback is budget engagement for council information to inform your prioritization in terms of funding. If there is a litany of work that is suggested in these comments, that would be completely out of step with staff being directed through strategic plan and annual work plans. It's not the purpose of this engagement. If there are specific instances in here that council would like to direct, you can do that through the budget or suggest it go to strategic planning next year or come back for further discussion. But if staff were to take this feedback and action it, it's not the objective of the feedback and would be completely distracting from the work plans that exist.
Yep, go ahead.
I guess I'm speaking more in generalities than specifics. Like in terms of public feedback, a lot of the feedback we receive is something that's not really appropriate for council. Like council would be directing staff directly if we were to be the ones actioning these comments. But anyways.
Go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, appreciate that additional detail and recognize my intention. The question wasn't necessarily to expect that staff action everything in here. And there's a difference for sure in the feedback being specific for council information to inform our budget deliberation. I don't think our community knows the difference when they're submitting a form online for budget 2026 and they have some input on where active transportation should be or where it should be a dotted or a dashed line or whether there should be food safe containers at Smoke Bluffs Park. To me, those are just opportunistic feedback that I would hope that as an organization, we are continuously happy to receive in whatever format they come in. Whether we action them or not is a prioritization process of staff 100%. But I would hope that just because they've come through the budget process doesn't mean that we then go back to somebody and say, oh, actually, you need to resubmit that in a different form on a different portion of our website. And so that's the piece that I'm just trying to better understand and articulate, both for our understanding around this table as well as our community, how their input, this is usually one of the main ways that we push general feedback for how our operations are working. I'm not going to make a motion that I think all of our dotted or our lines going into from Braemar to Clark Drive should be dashed instead of solid. But I would hope that our operations staff are looking at that and considering whether that makes sense or not. And so I think that's the piece that I just want some comfort that is being reviewed and passed on to the folks who do frontline work for our amazing community and the amazing folks who do the work day to day. Or if that's not happening, I'm happy to direct that, and I will pull out every single piece of feedback and do so.
Ms. Conde?
Thank you for the clarity. As I mentioned, yes, staff read the comments, and similar to emails coming in with suggestions, staff do consider them. What I want to manage are the expectations that suggestions are not automatically actioned. And yes, staff don't waste any kind of engagement and wouldn't ask someone to resubmit it in a different way. Thank you.
Okay. If there's no further questions on that piece, I suggest we move forward. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Boxer to get us started on this next phase of our day.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Heather Boxrud, CFO and General Manager of Financial IT and Procurement Services, and my pronouns are she, her. I am joined today with Laura Turner, Director of Financial Planning and Reporting, and Megan Latimer, GM of Community Services. And a number of budget managers are also here to support Council in the final phase of our budget workshop series. So we have another big workshop today as we aim to address all outstanding council motions that are required prior to adoption from all the major component workshops leading up to today. As a reminder to the public who may be watching today's workshop, council and staff have met over various budget workshops throughout the fall, and each workshop council provides staff with direction or requests for further information on particular topics and projects. With the exception of these remaining items, Council has endorsed and directed staff to include major components of the general fund operating, the utilities fund operating, the capital and the special operating projects into the district's first ever 10-year plan. Today, we aim to address each of the remaining outstanding pieces to complete the 26 to 2035 financial plan. Only the budget managers with outstanding topics have joined us today in Council chambers. Each year, we work towards adoption of the budget in December to enable staff to begin work on their projects and programs right away in January of the following year. Due to the labor dispute in October, many elements of the financial planning process were delayed, but we are now back on track for an early 2026 adoption. We have already tackled the major components of the financial plan through a number of workshops from September through November. These include the general fund operating, the utility fund operating, and the capital and special operating projects. In addition, the district held a very well-attended public information event at House Sound Brewery on December 10th, where council, staff, and the community came together for an evening of budget discussions, feedback, the mayor's presentation, and a Q&A with council. Today's workshop is where we finalize any outstanding items that council directed staff to staff throughout those workshops before bringing the financial plan back for 3 readings on January 6th and adoption on January 13th.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Laura Turner, Director of Financial Planning and Reporting, and my pronouns are she, her. Noted on this slide is a reminder of the council motions received at the Tying It All Together budget workshop on December 9th, including that council refer the Recreation Center Task Force capital project to a future council meeting, that council refer the Community Partnership Coordinator position to a future council meeting, that council directs staff to come back with clarity on the cemetery cost estimates, expenditures, and increased project scope, that staff bring back a high-level cost and risk analysis of not advancing municipal hall relocation, and that council defer further discussion of the pipeline risk assessment to today's meeting. Staff will address each individually and pause for council deliberation at the end of each section. And with that, I'll turn it over to Megan Latimer, General Manager of Community Services.
Good afternoon, Council and members of the community who are listening. My name is Megan Latimer. I'm the General Manager of Community Services here at the district. I'm also joined by our Director of Recreation and Culture, Jay Deo, as well as our Director of Facilities, Harmony Cornwell. During the last budget workshops, staff heard Council's questions, concerns, and thoughts around the Recreation Centre Task Force, as well as questions coming from the community through the budget engagement process. Staff have taken Council's feedback on board, and we are hopeful that the following presentation will help provide Council with some additional confidence in the work that's being proposed. So just to start off high level, the proposed Recreation Centre Task Force, or RCTF, functions in a role similar to the district's capital committee, but with a focused mandate on the Brennan Park Recreation Centre and some of the immediately adjacent areas. The intent is to bring all of the Brennan Park related capital projects under one coordinated framework as we explore expansions and upgrades. Rather than managing the Brennan Park Recreation Centre projects in isolation, the Recreation Centre Task Force acts as a centralized coordinating body, similar to how the Capital Committee reviews and prioritizes major capital investments across the district. For Brennan Park, the Recreation Centre Task Force would ensure that every project, whether it's future facility expansion, the splash park, roof replacement, or electrical upgrades, is considered together and not as separate projects. This approach prevents duplication of the work and spending. For example, we have a planned roof replacement and electrical upgrades, and these projects and others will need to be sequenced appropriately. By capturing all of the Brennan Park Recreation Centre projects under one umbrella, we can coordinate timing and scope more efficiently. The RCTF will be using a structured process to prioritize work based on community priorities, technical feasibility, and funding availability. This ensures that we're doing the right work at the right time and in the right order so that we're avoiding costly rework or delays. Some of the projects may shift in timing, cost, or scope as we complete some of the technical assessments, validate the community needs, and have that additional evidence to drive decisions. Flexibility is going to be critical, and the RCTF would be bringing recommendations back to Council at strategic points throughout phase 1 of the project so that decisions are based on the most current information. One of the areas that Council asked staff to clarify was how and if existing policy and plan strategy updates overlap. This slide shows how the task force work integrates or seeks to advance multiple different district strategies, including the Real Estate and Facilities Master Plan, which is a facility roadmap to ensure community needs are met over the long term. We're currently moving through the Real Estate Facility Master Plan priorities with the build of the first two fire halls and Public Works building, which were considered critical facilities. And we're now moving into our core facilities in that plan. So core infrastructure includes things like recreation, and that's as per the strategy sequencing recommendations. The Parks and Rec Master Plan provides a strategic framework for managing and improving recreation services to meet community needs. Completing the Recreation Centre Task Force work now will allow the upcoming planned 2027 Parks and Recreation Master Plan to focus on community needs beyond Brennan Park. Through the RCTF process, staff would finalize the Recreation Centre Infrastructure Plan, enabling more focused prioritization of other district recreation infrastructure during the update process. The Brennan Park Fields and Lands Master Plan guides optimal use of recreational infrastructure for the Brennan Park Fields and Lands. And some of this work would also progress through the Recreation Centre Task Force. The project would be exploring efficient ways to confirm feasibility for adjacent land development adjacent to Brennan Park, such as for the Splash Park, for example. And finally, the recently endorsed Community Agreements Policy, or CAP, is the mechanism for community organizations to support investment in recreation infrastructure with fundraising and funding contributions. Organizations can propose funding to support advancement of infrastructure projects or potentially in-kind donations, with the proposed community partnerships coordinator position being the centralized contact to work with these intake opportunities as the CAP is implemented. The Recreation Center Task Force key deliverables are focused on integrating these existing policies and master plans to efficiently and strategically advance recreation infrastructure priorities. Next slide. The RCTF work is recommended to be completed over 3 phases. The phase 1 preliminary recommendation, planning and technical feasibility work is what the Recreation Center Task Force would be focused on. The key deliverables in phase 1 were outlined, will be outlined in the next slide, and some additional detail was provided in the project information sheet, which was shared with council as part of your package. I'll just touch briefly on the other 2 phases of the overall project. So phase 2 is about securing funding. So this phase would be focusing on using the information recommendations from phase 1 to actually execute or implement the funding strategy and secure adequate funding for expansion and upgrades. In other words, we would need to have funding secured before the work could proceed to phase 3, which is focused on detailed design and construction. So once that funding was secured, phase 3 could move forward with final design work, refining cost estimates into a working budget, and ultimately construction of the selected option by council. So today, again, we're asking council to endorse phase 1 of the RCTF work. If council approves this recommendation, phase 1 would begin, and then phases 2 and 3 would not proceed at this time unless council provides future approvals and funding is secured. So to give a bit more detail on the key deliverables of the RCTF, this provides an overview. These are the foundational pieces that will allow us to validate needs, explore options, and prepare for future decisions. In upcoming slides, we'll detail the steps when staff will come back to council with recommendations, updates, and decision points. So the first deliverable is engagement validation. So we would be proposing to begin with targeted engagement. So using historic data that has been collected and meetings with key user groups as well. And this is really about validating assumptions and priorities and not repeating broad consultation. So really building on the engagement that's been done in the past. And the goal is to ensure that the appropriate voices are shaping the program from the start. The next key deliverable is demand assessment. So this is about analyzing facility utilization, sport and recreation trends, and service levels. This work will give us a clear picture of current and future demand, which is critical for evidence-based planning and decision-making about future assets. Program and options. So once we have the demand assessment data, from there we'd be defining the functional program and developing up to 4 options, narrowing down to 2 preferred options for what facility expansion could look like. These will be very high-level concepts, so enough to understand feasibility and cost implications without committing to detailed design. Technical feasibility. This would be happening concurrent to some of these other deliverables. So it's a really critical piece of phase 1. So alongside the program development piece, we'd be completing building condition assessments and site readiness checks. So this involves understanding the current state of Brennan Park and what upgrades are required to support new programming. The last building condition assessment was completed in February of 2018, so it is a bit out of date. Environmental and archaeological assessments, so identifying any constraints or permitting requirements early to be able to avoid delays later on. Other site readiness work, so this includes geotechnical studies, seismic considerations, and mechanical system capacity checks. And then finally, and probably most importantly, the electrical capacity review. So confirming whether existing electrical infrastructure can support future amenities like expanded aquatics or ice facilities. So this will take place once we have further defined direction from the results of the feasibility studies. In terms of costing and funding, the RCTF would be looking to prepare Class D and life cycle cost estimates for the preferred options and developing a funding strategy to bring back to Council. So this includes exploring grants, partnerships, and phasing to make the project financially viable before moving into phase 2 or phase 3 of the project, securing the funding and construction. And then finally, reporting. So the RCTF will be bringing all of this together in a comprehensive report and presentation to Council. So this includes recommendations for moving beyond phase 1 and ensuring that the information needed to make those informed decisions is provided to Council. So this shows the estimated timeline for phase 1, along with the intended Council decision points along the way. And to clarify, a decision point is when Council would be asked to make a formal choice or provide direction that will influence the next stage of work. So these are critical milestones where the project cannot proceed without Council's endorsement or input. These decision points are designed to designed to ensure that Council has opportunities to provide input at critical stages of the project. Council updates will happen as well as part of the quarterly key project updates that already come to you. These would provide an informational update or check-in where Council is kept informed, but no formal decision is required at that time. So these would maintain transparency and allow informal feedback, but would not necessarily alter the project trajectory. And the goal with these decision points is to keep Council, decision points and updates is to keep Council fully informed and engaged throughout phase 1 so that decisions can be made with the most current information. In addition, a project page with key project updates will be available for the public to be able to stay informed as well. So continuing on from the last slide, I wanted to focus in a bit more on the specific decision points that Council can expect during phase 1. More specific dates for decision points will be developed once a primary consultant has been selected to start the work. There's 4 key decision points that have been identified. So the first is around engagement design, so endorsing the targeted engagement approach and any other engagement design considerations as proposed by the consultant once we have them on board. The second is determining service levels to be able to guide site options and infrastructure priorities. The third is around the technical feasibility review, so confirming alignment with site readiness and infrastructure constraints as they're identified through the various technical feasibility assessments. And then the fourth is the final endorsement of phase 1, so confirming the funding strategy that's developed, approving a phased approach if required, and what assets get prioritized in the phasing, selecting the infrastructure to move forward with and recommending staff to proceed to phase 2, which would be securing funding towards whichever options Council approved. I'd like to highlight that this approach differs from our typical process of annual budget approval and quarterly reporting. And we acknowledge that this project carries many unknowns and ambiguity just because of the complexity of the site and the building. And these will only become clearer as we progress through its various components. So for that reason, we are recommending these additional Council decision points as part of this project. And these checkpoints would allow Council to weigh in on direction and provide feedback on key strategic and financial elements, and if necessary, decide not to advance the project further. So at any of these decision points, should Council choose to slow or stop the project, the remaining budget, less any sunk costs, would stay in reserve, and then staff would then cease work on the project as directed. So this shows the scope of the phase 1 work and how the budget is planned to be allocated across key activities. And just a caveat, these are estimates until the work is endorsed and the principal consultant is onboarded to kick off the more detailed validation work. To just quickly go through some of the categories up there. So we have it divided around validation, engagement, and demand assessment work, environmental assessment, and archaeological assessment work. And then there's this category of additional consultants, and there's a list on the right there to give more specifics about what those might be. So engineering consultants, energy modeling, quantity surveyors, architects, surveyors, and building consultants. And then there's also a 15% contingency allotted in there as well, just because there are some unknowns as we move through the project work. This breakdown does not include the electrical upgrade costs. After consultation with our colleagues in sustainability, the electrical upgrade that is needed is fully dependent on the findings of all of the RCTF work and the demand validation and feasibility assessments. So the cost for the electrical upgrade, it could range anywhere from between 300,000 to $1 million based on today's pricing. And that's really dependent on the design, installation, and commissioning, civil works, and integration with existing systems, as well as BC Hydro requirements. So staff have included a separate budget line item for the electrical service upgrades in the financial plan. This is an estimate, and we know that it may not be enough to cover the actual cost. So we won't actually know what that actual cost is until we do some of the feasibility work. The figure is an indicative budget, and it's currently planned over 2 years to allow for design and coordination with BC Hydro before the work could be scheduled. And we really need to collect the inputs for this work now to understand the true scope and full cost of the electrical upgrade. This slide here is comparing two different approaches for delivering the phase 1 activities of the Brennan Park work. So on the left, you have a more traditional linear process versus a concurrent approach on the right, which is what is being proposed by the Recreation Center Task Force. So the example on the left of the linear timeline is following industry standard sequencing for a facility like Brennan Park. So this is a more traditional approach, and this would take approximately 4 years to complete based on each step. So the validation, the engagement, the technical feasibility and design happening one after the other. And while this is common practice, it does extend the overall duration of the project. The linear approach is similar to the example that was discussed last week with council around Pitt Meadows in terms of doing each step one after the other. The example on the right is of a concurrent process, and this is what the RCTF is proposing, where multiple streams of work are running in parallel. This approach compresses the timeline. And just to note that some of the technical feasibility work may take beyond that 15 months and up to 2 years, just depending what is found as that work proceeds. But it is nearly half the time of a linear process. So for example, while engagement and demand assessment are underway, some of those technical feasibility studies and design work can begin concurrently. It's important to note that neither timeline includes the electrical upgrade, which is a critical enabling project. However, this work would be scheduled to run in parallel with both timelines to be able to avoid delays in the future. As referenced previously, there's several projects in the district's 10-year capital plan that are related to Brennan Park upgrades, which intersect with the work the RCTF is proposing around some of the potential expansions. So these projects are in the capital plan and currently have indicative budgets, but their timing, cost, and scope may need to adjust based on the RCTF proposed work. So for example, technical feasibility studies and program validation could influence whether certain upgrades happen sooner, later, or in a different form. And including this slide is really about ensuring that council has the complete capital planning picture. So we want council to see how the RCTF work interacts with existing capital planning and why alignment is really critical to avoid duplications or missequencing of projects. So with that, we will pause for questions and council discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Council, who would like to kick us off with questions? We have no, I don't think we have no questions, so I look for Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much for the detail. Could you go back to the slide that shows the cost breakdown, where the 600,000 or okay. So one of the pieces that I'm struggling with getting on board with here is really understanding, so engineering consultants, a structural engineer, absolutely required for a project like this, but that's required quite a ways down the road when we have a building design, when we have something in mind. A building consultant, far down the line, a surveyor, quite a bit down the line when we're actually doing detailed. So I feel my concern here is that we're putting, and I'm going to use the word 1.2 million, the number 1.2 million, because it appears to me as if this would be the primary focus of the partnership coordinator role, which is on the order of 100,000 a year. So $1.2 million into a 2-year process that has a lot of uncertainty on whether the funding is achievable, whether we can get an achievable funding model. So that's my primary concern. Can staff speak to a process or a way so I'm trying to frame this as a question, and I think that's the challenge here. We have lots of I have lots of opinions, and I want to frame it as a question. So I'm going to pull back for a minute.
Can I try a question?
And yeah, go for it.
You might be saying. So in this, thank you. In this this category of sort of other, there's that 40% piece of pie sliced up into all those items that you have there. Could you speak to the need for those at this point in the process, which is early, and the rationale for the inclusion in this at this time versus different phases when we get into detailed design and so on. So just because there are some concerns that that we are doing the right thing at the right time, and I know that that great thought has gone into this. So if we could have some insight into that rationale, it'd be helpful.
Thank you for the question. Through the mayor, there's a number of different aspects that come into play with this. So I will attempt to answer the question, and then I will bring in my colleagues should we need some additional detail. But when we look at what the outcome is of what we're trying to get to with phase one, it's really getting to that Class D estimate and the life cycle cost of what a future building would look like. And that's a requirement for a lot of the grant applications and also probably for things like public-private partnership. So that's one aspect of it. The other piece about involving these types of consultants earlier on is we will be looking for direction from the principal consultant that we bring on board at the beginning of the project to look at what is actually necessary. Is there anything that we can pull from that maybe we already have information that won't be required necessarily to create that Class D estimate? The other piece I'll just remind council, if I can maybe go back 2 slides, is throughout the process, we'll be bringing back these different decision points for council to weigh in and to say, okay, we feel comfortable with the direction of where this is going, or to say, actually, we're not satisfied with what the next steps are, and we'd like staff to pause on this. And so that would, besides sort of the sunk costs up until that point, the rest of the money would not be spent, if that provides any comfort to council.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Hamilton, then I'll go to you, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thanks very much. That helps to clarify. Could you go back to that slide? And so the validation, engagement, and demand assessment, let's say, that's the first piece, right? That would be launched early 2026. And that's proposed to be $230,000. 23% of $1 million. So so how did we get to, where did we get the number $230,000 to do validation, engagement, and demand assessment?
Thank you, through the mayor. So these estimates are based on market pricing. So staff have reached out to a number of different consultants to understand what the pricing models look like. We've also reached out to a number of different municipalities to understand what they've been paying for this type of work as well. So that's our sort of standard process when we're first going down this route to really explore what the costing estimates might be. It's possible that it could be less, or we could shift these buckets around a little bit based on the advice that we receive from our primary consultant that we'd be bringing on board. So that's how we landed on that.
One more, and then I'd like to move down the speakers list. Go ahead.
Yep. And so I did what I could with the Pitt Meadows assessment, the Pitt Meadows feasibility study, to understand the context of that study, the timeline of that study, and the cost of that study from what's available publicly. And I was only able to find $86,000 that Pitt Meadows had paid to this consultant company that did the study. So is there a big gap between what that Pitt Meadows study did in terms of validation, engagement, and demand assessment and what we'll be doing? Like, there seems to be a big price difference, a cost estimate difference. So is there a big difference in what work is being done?
Thanks for the question. Through the chair, Jay Deo, Director of Recreation Culture. So we don't want to get too specific in regards to previous studies or other studies that are done, but that study was done multiple years ago. So pricing has changed. The scope is quite different from what we're proposing in terms of, the areas and the work that we're proposing. So it's much more narrow in terms of the Pitt Meadows study. And there's a lot more data that we're looking to validate previous information that we had to that was not a part of the Pitt Meadow scope. So that may change the pricing in a positive or negative way. We don't know until we onboard our principal consultant, but collating that information as well is a part of the scope. So again, the principal or primary consultant is key to really hammering out these costs in more detail.
Thank you. Councillor Stoner, go ahead, and then Councillor Anderson next.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm just wondering if somebody can bring me up to speed on the overall budget amounts as they have shifted over the weeks. So last time that we saw this, the last few times, there was $1 million from 2025 to 2027, 400,000 of which was out of the 2025 budget. And included the electrical component. And now we're at $1 million for year 1 and 2, which I'm assuming is 26, 27, plus about $500,000 for the electrical component separate from. So I'm wondering where the $400,000 from 2025 is in all of this, and what the increase in the overall budget is from last week to this week.
Thank you, through the mayor. No change in the proposed budget. It's just in terms of where we are timing wise with the financial plan, because it hasn't been approved yet. We've put the 400,000 from 2025. That's wrapped up in the 700,000 that you see up there. So 400,000 plus 300,000 from 2026, and then the 300,000 for year 2.
But it is a fully separate budget item for the electrical where that was previously. So let me reframe that as a question. We put $400,000 into the 2025 budget because we knew electrical was already an issue. That work clearly has not started yet. Can staff clarify like this chicken and the egg of getting the electrical work done in terms of understanding what that is? Because we can't put in a splash park because we don't have the electricity, but I'm hearing now that we need to do further validation work before we can do the electrical.
Thank you for the question. So just a clarification as well, that the 400,000 from 2025, that was from the real estate facilities master plan pre-development budget line. Just provide clarity on where that's coming from. In terms of the electrical, yes, it is listed as a separate budget item in the capital plan. The chicken and the egg question is a real one. So the budget line was put in related to the splash park to have an indicative budget of what it might cost to add on the splash park. With this work of looking at the expansion of the facility, it's come to our knowledge that we need to have a better understanding of what the actual upgrade requirements are, not just for the splash park, but potentially for the other pieces of the facility, should council choose to go forward with those other options.
Through the chair and with respect, I believe we had that conversation in January. We've known since 2018 that we were going to expand on the existing site of Brennan Park. We put $30 million into renovating the core of the building, knowing that there's interest and demand from our community to add a second pool and a second arena over time. We knew that that would take time, and a key part of that was understanding the electrical. So I'm just unclear what has changed between January of 2025 and today in terms of not really understanding the like how do we get clarity on that chicken and egg if we don't already, given that we know that those are the pieces that we want on that piece of land.
Okay, thank you for the question, through the chair. And in January 2025, I would suspect it was not looking at the work that the RCTF is trying to do now, and it's trying to bring in all of the parts and look at what electrical we need in a longer term fashion. Yes, the splash park needs an electrical upgrade to come into reality, but that specific electrical upgrade may only allow for the splash park, and we want to open the viewpoint to a much wider scope. I can't speak to the exact discussion in January, but we can certainly look back into specific points that were brought to the table at that point.
And if I may add through the chair, we also have a new director of facilities who is bringing additional expertise to the table that we did not have at the time. And so that's where these other components are being identified as we move through the process. And that's why we're proposing a more comprehensive approach to council.
On this point, my recollection at our last discussion on this just last week was that some physical work was included in not that the planning work's not important, but there was, at least I left the conversation with some understanding that there was some physical work accounted for under this project. Was that, and can you just, that's not what I'm seeing here. Can you clarify, was that a misspoken or how did we get there? Because I think that's really the trigger for, potentially a trigger for some questions that we've heard already. And that was my understanding as last time we spoke.
Thank you for the question through the chair. Absolutely, we did intend for that to be the case. And when we discussed with sustainability, the actual scope and work and what we need to know going into the electrical service upgrade, we have further refined our plan and there still could be, especially with the contingency, a portion of this work that goes toward an electrical service upgrade. We just can't speak to that today, and we just know we need more information before we come back to council with our recommendation for that scope.
Okay, and as presented, we've got this, and this is really helpful, so thank you. We've got this, and if for instance, Councillor Hamilton was digging into the validation, engagement, demand assessment piece, if those, are underspent, do we have the ability to, what flexibility is there for things that aren't on this screen in the form of physical pieces, or perhaps further study that, is the journey of discovery, we find another way to go? What are the possibilities there? And I understand that there are those council touch points to help authorize that, but broadly, what other pieces could be here if or is that just really what those council touch points are for?
Thank you for the question. So the intention with those council decision points is that should there be unspent funds from each of those steps, those would stay in reserve, and then that could be directed towards other work related to the project that's either discovered through the feasibility assessments or that we see coming up later on. I'll let Ms. Cornwell give some additional detail on that.
Thank you through the chair. So that is accurate with Ms. Latimer has said, and there could be savings. There could be a moving of money from each pie slice to another. We may have an archaeological find and have to do mitigation, and that could cost more money, but that would be coming back to council as one of those technical feasibility decision point.
Thank you. That's very useful context. Sorry, back to you, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. So just to make sure that I'm fully clear, we need to complete the validation work before we can do any of the electrical service, even understanding of scope of that work. Is that correct?
Thank you through the mayor. Yes, that's correct. We need to understand the magnitude.
Okay, and then can staff just clarify again? I appreciate hearing that the scope is different than the Port Moody example. The Port Moody example that was Pitt Meadows example that was previously shared for a number of factors. I'm still trying to wrap my head around why it takes 1.5 years to do the validation work. So can staff speak to the timeline? So appreciate that we are looking at a condensed version where we do a few components in parallel, but the validation, engagement, and demand assessment still feels like that's a fairly lengthy timeline from what I've seen of other validation reports or previous experiences with Brennan Park, for example, in 2018. So can staff just provide me some further detail on why it's a year and a half of work?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. If we're speaking to the valid or the demand assessment portion, that portion in the schedule is shown as roughly 6 months to complete, not a year and a half. So yeah, if you look at that, we should have reporting done ideally based on the timeline by June of 2026. The entire project, which includes the work around technical feasibility, developing site options, funding exploration and strategies. There's multiple components that take the entire project timeline, but the specific demand assessment validation is roughly estimated to take about 6 months.
Do you have an additional question, Councillor Stoner? We'll come back around. This is important. Okay. All right. I've got Councillor Anderson, then Pettingill.
Thank you. I thought I would touch on the issue of staff capacity for this initiative and the impacts that there may be for other parts of our work plan, delays for other initiatives. A little bit about why I'm asking this, as I look at the slide or consider the slide that you presented, key deliverables of the Recreation Center Task Force. All of these 6 steps here, I can think of other initiatives we're behind on, other areas where we're in deficit on, where we need to catch up on, that we need to apply this to. So I do appreciate the attention to the timeline proposed and the pursuit of an efficient process. And I appreciate we're using consultants where we can. But as has been mentioned, there's going to be unknowns and ambiguities. And I've seen, or all of us have, impacts on programs over the last couple of years. For example, real estate department. We put a lot of burdens on the real estate department. They're a part of this initiative as well. For example, the airport strategy. So my general question is, what consideration is being given to is this initiative sufficiently resourced so that we're not going to fall behind in other priorities and things we'd like to accomplish in our work plan? That's more of a general question. I can just finish off by suggesting that as we do our council check-ins, I would appreciate that also being that we're being apprised of that as well as you see it as we proceed along. Thank you.
Thank you through the chair. I believe that's what staff are looking for from council today, of whether we should be moving forward and prioritizing this work. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. It's been raised a couple times before. Is there a piece in this about providing some context to the community, in my mind, as part of the validation maybe, or the engagement in terms of what actually is sort of cost today, per capita availability, and that sort of context for the community? Is that a piece of one of these sections?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So there is a checkpoint after step 3, which is demand assessment, which will provide council and the community an understanding of service levels and how there's different options that are available depending on which direction that council wants to proceed. Service levels, we spoke on it a little bit in previous sessions, but are centered around things like per capita usage for different types of recreational activities. That's a key metric that we'll be sharing with the community to show what the actual usage trends are. currently based on, booking data, the feedback we gain from our user groups, as well as future sport and recreational trends, so we can understand long-term what the needs are. So all of that will be consolidated and reported out as a council decision point after the demand assessment stage.
And for clarity, is that meant to include comparables of other sort of lower mainland communities, that sort of thing?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. Yes, typically we would include comparisons to other communities so council has that information and can make decisions effectively.
Okay, thank you. And then with some of the work that's being done now, sort of $30 million in grant work, there was flooding analysis and checking for asbestos and all those sorts of things. And we've been doing seismic work and so on. Is this work that we're thinking does need to be done, may need to be redone? Is there something, or we've already done that stuff and so we're not redoing it? Like, what is the overlap or lack thereof in that area?
Thank you for the question through the chair. I would say the high level answer is the work that has been done has been required and will not need to be redone. When we did the REFMP in 2018, a building condition assessment has a timeline. It could be 10, 20 years. And now that we are getting to a point where it needs to be redone, we just need to reassess. There could have been things that didn't make the first assessment that are now an issue that we need to be aware of or mitigate. But any abatement that's been done, that is just a benefit to the building. There still is some hazardous abatement that needs to be done. I'll have to get back to you on any flood work that's been done to date. Seismic work, we have some findings on the seismic, and the next grant that is for Brennan Park does address some of the seismic work that needs to be done. And we just don't want to go forward with any more of the work until we have the umbrella understanding of what work happens first. So we're not redoing work that was done beforehand.
Okay, thank you. And then one of the pieces I think I was asking about last time is sort of, I've seen, for example, sponsorship policy mentioned in the context of the task force, in the context of the community partnership program, in terms of the recreation master plan. And I think what I understood was that there's going to have to be some collaboration and sharing. But I'm wondering if you can provide clarity on, because I think, last week in my head, the tally was 1.9 million for these three projects, the electrical. And so, there was that breakdown of some of the stuff, but like, what are we envisioning or estimating it'll cost us to get a sponsorship policy? And sort of less worried about which of the three things it's split into, but what are we expecting to pay for sponsorship policy, or what are we expecting to pay for, like, seismic understanding, for example?
Through the mayor, thank you for the question. In terms of sponsorship policy, this is something that the Recreation Center Task Force would be exploring through the funding strategy proposal that we put together, in terms of what are the options to actually fund expanded recreation infrastructure at Brennan Park. From our understanding, there's other municipalities that have sponsorship policies. So as we sort of move down this route to sort of understanding what the opportunities are, it may be something we can do in-house. It may be something that we require some additional external support on. I'd say at this point it's early days, and we don't know yet what a cost would be for that. I wouldn't expect it to be very high, just because there are a lot of examples out there. As you know, local governments, we love to beg, borrow, and steal from each other. So that is an option available to us. And then just on the final point you mentioned about seismic, I will maybe just have my colleague Harmony answer that one.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, we do not have a cost associated with any seismic work required for the building, and it is going to be dependent on what we do for the building. So that's information we would expect to come back to council with through the technical feasibility decision point.
Maybe I'll try and finish for now with this question. And I guess what I'm struggling with and trying to understand is and I think I said previously, in general, making this a priority, putting $2 million in the budget to getting this stuff done, fair bit of comfort with that, and seeing some value in being able to be agile and adjust as budgets go up and down. At the same time, not wanting to go down a path where we end up spending $500,000 on a sponsorship policy. And I understand that there's meant to be touch points before we go ahead on certain things. But how do we know that we're not stepping into a path where that is the realistic possibility? Like, is there something we can do before the touch points to know, like, this is the plus or minus 30% estimate of these pieces? And because like right now I sort of see in my head, and maybe it's wrong, but a $1.9 million budget number to do a bunch of things, but there are certain things in that bucket of stuff that, you know, $500,000 would be too much. And so I'd like to feel a little more control. And there's a few things that aren't on this list that are in that $1.9 million number, like the recreation master plan, the community amenity partnership piece.
Thank you, through the mayor. You'll notice in this proposed budget breakdown, we don't have a sponsorship policy listed, and I believe that's because staff are expecting to probably do most of that work in-house. Again, just because that is something that we see other municipalities already have in use. And so we don't expect a ton of resources to go towards that, certainly not 500,000. That would not be our intention. The bulk of this work is going towards the technical feasibility, the validation, and some of those harder costs with some of the consulting work that needs to happen.
So I'll maybe just, and maybe we need to sort of think about this question, come back later, but I guess then I'm struggling, and I was using the sponsorship piece sort of as an example, but, you know, again, I'm struggling to, and it, you know, staff can do that. It's still going to have a cost. And so there's a bunch of things that have been mentioned in the context of one or more of these three projects, like the community partnership, the task force, the master plan. I'm trying to wrap my head around, regardless of the line item, what costs we're dedicating to each of these pieces and projects and deliverables. And so I guess I'm wondering how we get a bit of a stronger grasp on that. And maybe I'm alone in wanting that clarity, but I'll just leave that there for now.
Ms. Conde?
Thank you, through the mayor. I might be summarizing what staff have already said, but I think sometimes my job can be interpreter here. And recognize council's concern around not having, you know, a complete list of itemized invoice, essentially, of what everything's going to cost. And it does go back, it's using the same analogy, the chicken and egg. There is inherent risk here, which we understand, and that's difficult. And to understand future costs, at some point, money has to get spent to understand the next indicative cost, or not even indicative, but more precise cost. So some money, the risk is, yes, money may get spent and you may get to a council decision point where council says, stop, no more. And it will feel like wasted money, but finding out information and informing a decision, whether that's go or no go, is never a waste. It just doesn't result in the outcome that perhaps council and the community is looking for. So that is the inherent risk. And we recognize it's difficult for council to wrap your heads around that. But that's where we're at. And again, this is up to council's decision. This is the proposal that staff have put together to address the feedback from the community and council around how do we get forward to really truly understanding what the community wants and needs and what Squamish potentially could find funding for.
I'm going to move on to Councillor French.
I don't have any questions. I'm ready to go to the motion.
I think before we do that, the next item is intertwined with this a little bit in a Venn diagram. So I'd like to there's been requests from council broadly about both of these pieces together. So we were looking there. If someone wants to second it, that's fine. But I do think that our comments over a couple sessions have been about how these are intertwined. So I think it might be appropriate to look at them both before we make a decision. And if you don't have any questions, I do have a second round on the speakers list, which I'll go to Councillor Stoner, and I'd like to hear thoughts throughout this on whether we do this independently or we link those two things together as we some of us have in our mind.
Thank you. Through the chair, one of my council colleagues' questions just tweaked something for me in terms of the seismic. And granted, this was in our 5-year financial plan last year, but we did have 2 million earmarked in what would have been 2029 for seismic upgrades. Have we since dropped that in this year's 10-year financial plan?
Through the mayor, thank you for the question. That is actually incorporated through the ISIP grant.
So we are doing some seismic work. It's being funded through federal granting.
Thank you. Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay.
Sorry, just on this point to make sure that we have it, but that's the existing facility, not anything to do with exploring what seismic looks like outside of that facility into like an expanded footprint, which is what the seismic piece would be here.
Thank you for the question through the mayor. Yes, that is correct.
Sorry, back to you, Councillor Stoner.
Thank you through the chair. Okay, so I think one of the pieces that I'm having a hard time teasing apart is like we're kind of already on a path. Like we've made decisions, we are here, and it kind of feels like in some ways what's being presented is like either we don't have all the information, we're coming to a point where we're realizing that we didn't have the information that we thought we did to make the decisions that got us here. And if that's the case, then I feel a little bit uncomfortable with where we've ended up. But part of that is like the language in the report that's presented. So one of the suggestions is that through the validation process, we prepare up to 4 facility options for discussion, renovations and or new constructions. Again, we've already put $30 million into a renovation. So I don't actually know if that's a legitimate like options to be presented because we've already made the decision as a council, as a community, as a district to invest in the site that we're in. Our staff suggesting that that might not actually be possible going forward, that there is actually like we need to go back to the drawing board on renovation versus new construction.
Thank you for the question through the chair. I will say for the GICB work that is currently underway, which is I believe what you're referring to with the 30 million, that's foundational work that is work that should happen, is going to prolong the lifespan of the existing facility and provide us a platform to continue to build and or expand or renovate. And I think that that work was done at the right time, and with the federal grant we received was the right decision at the time. And it is going to set us up for moving forward. But what we're trying to do is capture anything else that's happening post what the current renovation is and ensure that it's sequenced properly and is doing the right work at the right time.
So when you speak about, like, in this staff report, renovation versus new construction, is that what you mean? Is what you mean like a renovation of the existing arena or the existing pool versus new construction of those facilities, or both? Like, or is it, I'm just trying to understand the scope of what is being presented here.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, I would interpret or define the differentiation between renovation and construction. Renovation is changing what is currently there in the existing footprint. Construction would be expanding beyond the current footprint of Brennan Park.
Okay, and then I go back to the work that we did in 2018, and granted it's 6 years old now, plus, my math is 8 years. But it answered a lot of these questions. I appreciate our community has changed, but it identified a second pool and a second arena, and then we would build those as new construction and we'd renovate the existing ones, and then we would have double over time, and it would take a long time for us to get there. So I guess, are we back to the drawing board on all of that, or is that still the model that we're pursuing? We're just clarifying the limitations on the actual site?
Thank you, through the mayor. That work was absolutely valuable, and I would say this work is building on that. So I would also acknowledge that it's now, my math is not great right now, but seven years since 2018. We know a lot's changed in our community. We have grown, we've doubled in size almost since that time. So part of this work is validating that information from 2018, but also building on it. So there were a number of options that were circulated to the community at that time. And we do understand the desire and the need for a new pool, for a new arena, potentially for other spaces around the facility. So it's really to investigate what's actually possible and to have the technical feasibility to back those plans.
If I can, through the chair, to add, there's been changes obviously in costing since 2018 that will determine, what service level council may want to provide. There's also a lot of external validation that needs to be done. 2018 was focused on community feedback and internal validation. A lot of the work that's being done is focused on sport and recreation trends, comparable, service levels in other communities, future planning as well versus just current need. So none of that information was clear in the past. That is what we're working to provide, both perspectives, internal and external feedback.
Okay. Just some comments to your question. I'm happy to go on to the next topic before we address the results of this one. I would also like my council colleagues to consider, if this does go forward as presented, instead of this coming back to council for decisions points, consideration of actually striking a committee of council to be responsible for taking on some of this work that would increase some of the community engagement and responsibility and decision-making on all of our behalf. And I think my question to staff on that is whether that changes the scope at all as presented, if it's not just a council check-in, but it's a committee of council.
Thank you, through the mayor. I think staff would need to take that away and think about that and bring it back to council. It's not something we considered at this time.
Just on that point, the first check-in on the timeline was in February, if I remember correctly from that slide. Is that something that and would that be an appropriate timeline to sort of to check in on what that looks like? But the first step just to like an order of operations would be to kick this project off. And then at that step one checkpoint, we could look at how council wants to engage going forward, and committees. We've heard one suggestion here, perhaps others. Is that a reasonable assumption? It feels like a decision for another day, and that feels like the next time we're making a decision on this, should this go forward.
Thank you, through the mayor. That first checkpoint or decision point for council is around engagement design. So that is a possibility to have that conversation there. I will just caution that this is an indicative timeline because it very much depends on the approval of the financial plan. So those dates might get pushed out a little bit. So I did just want to clarify that piece, but certainly that first decision point is around the engagement design, and we would intend to have our consultant on board at that point to be able to help inform that conversation.
Thank you. Just a couple questions of my own, and then I think we should move on to the next piece around the community partnership role. When I'm looking at this proposal from the beginning, I've much better understanding of what it is now. And, you know, on that, the 4 W's of who, what, where, when, why, the why piece, I think, is some of the pieces that I hear most from the community, like just understanding, like, why do we need a validation report? We've got, you know, a decade of, or 2 decades, depending on how you score it, of feedback that, you know, we need more. And my understanding, I've heard it in a couple of the comments, but I want to flesh it out a bit, is when we move into the, and this is maybe fact checking my own understanding, when we move into the pursuing grant phase, these are what our potential funders would be looking for. So even if we understand that we've been kind of moving towards taking on this rec center expansion, but those technical documents there are solidifying the case when we go to funding sources. So even if it feels to some folks that like we sort of understand that there's a need, that's what those are in a large are used for, like the why we're doing this. Is that correct? And can you expand on that a little bit?
Thank you for the question, through the mayor. There's a couple different parts of the answer. So one piece is this is a very new initiative, the Recreation Center Task Force. And so it's coming a little bit outside of when we normally would have our budget requests coming in to council, to the budget process back in March. Throughout the year, we were not necessarily focused on this. This started in September when this task force was first proposed among staff, just looking at what we were hearing from the community, what we were hearing from council, and where we're at in some of our policy work and the various master plans that guide our work. In terms of the validation work, this is really important because it starts to inform those service levels, which we'll be bringing back to council for a decision on in terms of what you want the service level for recreation to look like in the future. What level of service we're offering to the community for recreation.
Okay. Before we move on, is anyone else we're going to move to the coordinator position, which is adjacent to this, and we can deal with both those matters together. But do you have a question on this piece of it?
Yeah, just we've gone back to a few times the thought that we're working from stuff that was from 2018. But I'm just trying to refresh my memory or clarify my understanding. Again, my recollection, and it was in the context of, in my mind anyways, in the context of the RFPs or RFQs for the grants, the grant work, that we, did a fair bit of review at that time of, does this, what we're proposing here for the grant, fit into the context of a second rink and the spacing for a second arena and so on. And so I guess it feels like in my mind, we actually had been working from stuff more recent than 2018. Am I missing something or misunderstanding? Was that pulling forward 2018 stuff, or did we sort of lose track of something?
Thank you for the question through the chair. I would say it's pulling forward the work that was done in 2018, and to reiterate, it is still valid work, but it is not capturing where the community is today, where it's going, what service levels council wants to provide. So it's building upon the work that has been done. And to reiterate, the GICB work is important, and we're grateful that we're able to do that work to the building.
So just to make sure I understand service levels, because I think back then we were sort of assuming, maybe one rink and one pool in the near term, but, as soon as possible, two of each. And so that may not be a super specific service level, but it was a doubling of sort of available infrastructure. And that was sort of known. And I think that's sort of still where our head is at is are we thinking we maybe need to seriously question, do we need to jump to tripling now? And that's the analysis we're doing? Or is our sort of assumption about the doubling somehow not valid at this point?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So we're not sure what level of detail was provided to validate the actual need. It may have been around the grant specifically, but it's been 7 years since that's passed. And we need to make sure the information that we have reflects the current community and also accounts for trends, external trends and future needs as well. So our goal is to provide council the most current and accurate information so you can make informed decisions today. So that is what we're embarking on doing.
Go ahead.
So would it be a potential to short circuit this a bit and say, look, notwithstanding all of the stuff that's changed, we are comfortable moving ahead on an assumption of 2 rinks and 2 pools. Give us that picture. Does that sort of possibly cut out?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. I'll start and I can pass it over to any of my colleagues if necessary. So the key to the demand assessment and validation work is that it is validating previous information. It's not starting from new. So based on the information that we heard in the past, that will be validated. So that information is still valuable. Our goal is to validate that information, confirm that it's still accurate, or understand if there's new information that may inform recommendation for a different service level based on the current context.
Just before I go, Ms. Cundy's requested a timeout just to clarify. So rather than dig into that, I'd like to take that opportunity. But before we do that, I had Councillor Hamilton's hand. Do you have something that's different from this? Because yeah, go ahead, and it may be part of what needs to be researched in the timeout, but go ahead and we'll see.
Thanks. It's related to and this idea of service levels, right? There's standard service levels for different things. Can you share a bit with us the actual numbers, like in whatever parameters, normal, and let's just pick one, the pool or the rink. How do you parameterize these service levels? We must keep an eye on them. We must know roughly what they are. So what are our current service levels for example, the pool? In whatever way service levels are measured for pools.
Thank you through the mayor. I think we would have to bring that back. We don't have that right to hand with us at this moment. Thank you.
We'll take the
Yeah, see if you can find that in the 15 minutes. If not, I think I can probably dig it up.
Well, I think this is something that we do need to understand at the table. It could be access rate of like pools per capita or ice rinks per capita, or it could be driven by users, and I think that's part of this. So we'll take the time out and to 10, 15, 15. Let's do 15, and we'll come back. Yeah, sounds good. So we'll come back at quarter after. Okay, welcome back, everybody. So we're back from a quick break for staff to have a huddle on to address some of our outstanding questions. Who would like to? Do you want to start us off, Ms. Mendy?
Thank you. Always appreciate the time out to make sure that staff are aligned and clarify some answers for council. A couple of things. One, when we're talking about service levels as it pertains to this particular project, we're not talking specifically pool use or rink use necessarily. It's this proposal, the Recreation Center Task Force is proposing to get a comprehensive view of what the community wants, what is appropriate for the size of community we are in terms of all recreation services. This proposal is a comprehensive overview of all recreation services at the recreation center. If council wants to avoid that process and go straight to pool and rink based on assumptions that were made and information from 2018 and current community feedback, that would be relatively, I would say, anecdotal. And the proposal in front of you, while more comprehensive and longer and more expensive, is definitely going to be, while yes, it has to do with community engagement, it's going to be more empirical. And that information is what is very important when it comes to going for grants, for funding, for donations. That said, if council were to direct staff to go straight to pool and rink feasibility and design, that detail could be used for future funding. So at this point, my recommendation is that council needs to debate, not with our staff and the proposed project in front of you, but rather amongst yourselves. Do you want to go straight to pool and rink? Or would you rather the proposal in front of you? And then staff will follow whatever direction you come up with.
Just on this point, when you say everything, all rec services delivered at the recreation center, I think sometimes in these conversations there's opportunity for miscommunication around the lands, so turf field and the fields and the building itself. And can you clarify what that to make sure that we're all on the same page?
Thanks for the question through the chair. So the scope or the area that's being spoken to is indoor facilities, firstly at Brennan Park Recreation Center. So that includes multi-purpose spaces, areas such as fitness spaces, the gymnasium as well. So it's more robust than pool and rink. It's assessing the needs of the community for all of those areas. Also focuses on adjacent areas outside of the facility that we have pending projects for, such as a splash park or areas that efficiently can be reviewed as a part of the Brennan Park Fields and Lands Master Plan to see if they're constructible. So yeah, those will be, further teased out as we work through the project to see where the efficiencies exist. But the primary scope of the project is around the indoor facilities beyond pool and rink.
And is that so that if when an option's selected or both options, we're going to do the rink and pool, that those other uses can be incorporated into the design? Is that why we're looking at that at this point as proposed?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. When you're building a multifaceted recreation facility, you want to address and understand all the needs in the community so you can efficiently build those or consider building those parameters into the scope of the facility. And through engagement work that's been done in the past, what we hear through budget engagement and what we hear as staff, we know there's more needs beyond just an arena and a pool.
So those needs have been reflected in previous iterations of this work as wellness center and the like, for like that type of thing, not limited to that. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. And again, it's to validate the previous feedback and make sure that we update it with current needs and do that external validation based on trends that are happening and data that we have from external sources as well.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll go to Councillor Pettingill.
So, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding what's proposed with validation here. Because my recollection is, we sort of had done some Tetris in terms of figuring out fields and another rink and another pool eventually and parking and all these things. Are we thinking that sort of within that mix of still one rink and one pool, or sorry, two rinks and a large pool, that the sort of ratios may have changed a little bit, and so we want to play with the ratios of parking to fields to arrangement of some of these things? Or are we thinking there's a reasonable chance that if we were to do this validation, it's quite possible we come away with like, oh no, we need to be thinking about 3 rinks or 4 rinks and a large pool? Or is it more about the sort of orientation of fields and parking and those sorts of things, but still 2 rinks and then 1 large pool?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. We aren't clear what the outcomes are in terms of the volume of facilities required based on current needs. So that there may be an estimation of more of a certain area being required, but we need to do the validation work to confirm that and then present that to council so they can determine which direction to go.
Okay. Other questions? Our next piece is adjacent to this around the coordinator, the position for the community partnership piece. If we're ready to move there, and then we'll consider motions on both of these maybe to get together or at the same time so we understand how they fit together. I don't see any other hands, so we'll do that.
In March 2025, staff noted to council that resources may be required to implement the community agreements policy, or otherwise known as CAP, which would be requested through the regular annual budget process. After further evaluation, it was determined that dedicated staff capacity is needed to implement the policy, and a community partnerships coordinator role has been proposed for council to consider. This position would play a central coordinating role within the district for community proposals, and was a significant need identified by community partners during engagement around the CAP update. The proposed community partnerships coordinator position would build strong relationships with existing and potential community collaborators. Key responsibilities of the position include coordinating and intaking all community initiated proposals around capital, operating, or fee-for-service opportunities, exploring district initiated opportunities to work with community partners and align with council and organizational strategic objectives, leading administrative process related to CAP, including evaluation, report writing, compliance, template creation, sharing metrics, and more, and managing and coordinating community agreements with existing community partners or collaborators, including leading renewals and evaluation processes for potentially consideration of multi-year agreements. Next slide, please. An important part of the proposed community partnerships coordinator role would be providing centralized staff capacity for coordinating with community organizations that are fundraising towards unfunded projects, for example, unfunded recreation infrastructure. We heard from council last week that there's a desire for the community to be able to play a key role in contributing towards these types of unfunded community projects, and the role would support this. In addition to the key responsibilities of the community partnerships coordinator to implement the community agreements policy, the coordinator would provide the added benefit of additional capacity for exploring other funding mechanisms such as sponsorship and public-private partnerships. There may be opportunities identified through the implementation of the policy of what options exist for these types of funding and the administrative policy and legal frameworks required for leveraging them. The addition of a centrally coordinated role within the district is proposed to implement the community agreements policy, and as capacity allows, support the development of additional funding mechanisms for unfunded community projects such as recreation infrastructure. I'll just turn it back over to
Council.
council for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Council, questions on this? Councilor Hamilton?
How much overlap is there between this role and the recreation task force? So to clarify, I'm not that how much overlap, that's a vague and ambiguous question. If the recreation task force were to go in a different direction, would we still need a partnership coordinator?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So the position would support community organizations who are fundraising to support unfunded infrastructure, such as recreational infrastructure. They would be the centrally coordinated contact in the district to receive those proposals or intakes. However, the position is meant to support unfunded projects as a whole. So they would consider other projects if there was a different direction before the Recreation Center Task Force. But the primary role of the position is to focus on implementation on the community agreements policy and manage the several intake requests that the district has already received and determine whether or not they're viable while also considering existing agreements.
Where do the current relationships with community partners, where does that sit within our organizational structure, and who's managing that side of it?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So the current process of managing agreements is done in a decentralized manner through various departments. However, as the community grows and more agreements are being formed and they are gaining more complexity and require consideration for longer term agreements potentially as well, capacity to manage those agreements in a decentralized manner has become challenging. Also, applying a consistent lens of the community agreements policy to ensure that there's the evaluation process is consistently applied has not been done due to staff capacity issues, and that's what part of this position would help resolve.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, Council? Councilor Pettingill?
So if I'm just trying to further wrap my head around this, as conceived now with the task force as conceived now, is the thought that 80% of this FTE for the community partner would go towards community partner. And so I think we've got a 2-year sort of end of deliverable timeline, or it's 2.5 maybe. And then 20% of the time is to the task force. Is that the sort of workload split?
Through the mayor, thank you for the question. So as Mr. Rodeo explained, the primary focus of this position is implementing the community agreements policy. The added benefit is that if the Recreation Center Task Force work goes ahead, the proposals that come in from community organizations, those would come in through the community agreement policy intake process, and that would go to further that work as well. So that's where the integration is. But the role would be 100% focused on community agreements policy implementation.
Go ahead.
So, but I had the impression that there's going to be some collaborative work between the task force, the recreation master plan, and this position on, for example, sponsorship policy and maybe a couple other things as precursor work. And so there's some split there. So who is doing that, the bulk of that work, or how's that split happening?
Through the chair, can you clarify the question in terms of like which component are you seeking information around? Who's doing what work?
Well, I guess just in terms of sort of deliverables or tasks, I've seen, and maybe it's my misunderstanding, but certain things like sponsorship policy show up in a few different places, like the task force, like the this position, this FTE for the community agreements policy. I understand there's going to need to be some degree of collaboration, but what I'm not clear on is what budgets are paying for how much of these deliverables. Like, I'm considering at the end of the day, regardless of FTEs or task force and so on, one deliverable in all of this is a sponsorship policy. So what budget line item or FTE or whatever is, I'm just trying to wrap my head around who's responsible for what work, kind of.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So as we spoke about briefly in our slide, the community partnerships coordinator will be used as administrative capacity to support funding strategy work related to unfunded projects such as the Recreation Center Task Force. So you know, that it's an iterative process. To what level and extent they'll be supporting that work will be determined as we continue to move forward. But that is a benefit of this role, is that we'll support that work through administrative capacity, including supporting potentially work such as a sponsorship policy, which will come up in more detail once we explore the funding strategy stage.
So am I understanding then that we're sort of unsure about where the development of the policy lives, but maybe it sounds like probably in the task force budget, and then it's the latter administration that would shift to this role. And this role is not responsible, or this budget for this FT is not responsible for the policy development.
Ms. Glendale?
Thank you, through the mayor. It's important to note that the sponsorship policy outside of the Recreation Center Task Force has not been directed or prioritized by council through the strategic plan or otherwise. Based on what staff have heard as part of the proposal for the task force, and recognizing that to accept donations or otherwise seek private-public partnerships, that a sponsorship policy would be required. And so that's why it's been included in the proposal. If the Recreation Task Force doesn't go ahead, then the sponsorship policy wouldn't, and would need to be looked at as a separate direction from council or otherwise funded.
Okay, additional questions on this? I'm not seeing any. Councillor Hamilton? If
council were to not give the service level change request to increase, to put in the community agreements policy coordinator, another alternative or an alternative is for, you know, if we put something on the table without putting more people at the table, something needs to fall off the table. So what work would not get done if council, we did move forward with the community agreements policy as best we could without the existence of that coordinator? What are the consequences of moving forward without that position? What work would have to fall off effectively?
Thank you, through the mayor. That's a very valid question. Certainly, if we were to absorb that into our existing capacity, that would mean a service level reduction elsewhere. I can't say specifically where that would be. We would need to take it away and sort of examine where that work best fits within existing capacity, but we would be bringing back to council what would need to fall off the work plan in terms of service level reduction elsewhere.
To add through the chair, it is a full-time position we're requesting. So just to put the magnitude of the service level reduction, it's not something that could just be added to the side of somebody's work plan. It's a one full staff position we've requested because we understand the magnitude and demand to implement this policy.
Okay, council. We have just a reminder that I know we're working through these complex issues. We do have the recommendations are in the agenda, which would be to include these two projects in the financial plan. I would look for motions to that effect or some other direction to be debated here to get us through these two. Do I see hands?
I have a motion that's alternative to the staff recommendation on the Brennan Park Recreation Task Force.
I did cut a colleague off earlier that was ready to make a motion, so I'd like to go there and we can amend from there just to see if it's seconded. If you're still comfortable making that motion, Councillor.
I'm tempted to hear what Councillor Hamilton has got cooking.
Okay, no, we can go there. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't. Go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
So the motion, I'll put this on the floor. If this motion does fail or doesn't get seconded, then we can move forward with Councillor French's motion, I think. So the motion is to allocate $200,000 in 2026 for feasibility studies of a second pool and rink, similar to the scope of the 2023 Pitt Meadows Pool Feasibility Study, to be completed by the end of July 2026, and remove project C515003 from the 2026-2025 capital projects budget. For clarity, that's the $300,000 in 2026 and 2027 that we've been discussing.
Just before we go to a seconder, I just want to make sure that we've heard about the money in the budget that was going to roll forward into 2026, which was 400,000. So is this in addition to, or is your intent of your motion to restrict the use of that to 50% of that? I just want to make sure we all understand.
That 400,000 carry forward does not appear in the budget, as far as I understand. Maybe I'll check with finance on that, if that's okay. Well, I don't know if there's officially a motion on the floor, but I did not see that $400,000 carry forward in the line items of the budget, which is why I didn't mention it.
No, that's okay. The motion hasn't been seconded, but I kind of jumped in to make sure I had clarity before we went to that. So could you speak to that and just where that is?
Thank you for the question through the chair. So the 400,000 is in the pre-development in the 25 to 29 financial plan. We actually don't do our carry forwards until after the financial plan is approved. So it's our next mechanism once we have closed our year end and understand how much has to come forward. So at that point, then we would bring the carry forward into the 26 to 2035 financial plan.
And to clarify, so today's decision is actually not about, we can't make a decision today on that carry forward because we're not there yet. That's my understanding. Is that correct?
Through the chair, you could make a decision on it today. We would have to amend the 26 to 2035. It's not our typical process. Our typical process is to leave it, but there is no reason why we couldn't make that adjustment if council felt it was necessary to make that decision at this point to roll it forward.
Okay, just so I understand, the current approach of staff is we've excluded that 400,000 we've talked about it, but the current plan was to leave it until 2025 was closed and then in carry forward talk about where it goes. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I'm happy with leaving that piece as the process.
Okay, is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Pettingill seconds. Would you like to speak to it?
Thank you for all, I appreciate the work that staff is putting into this. the piece I'm struggling with, the reason why I'm going against the staff recommendation and trying to push a different direction is that I feel I need to have a very clear idea of how we're spending our money and that we're spending it in sensible sequences. Right now, I'm not entirely clear on how this $600,000, and I'll say just how this 600,000 is being allocated and spent. I think a more sensible path forward for us is to come to a clear feasibility study done by a third party that tells us what are the pitfalls, what are the gaps, what are the things we need to address, similar to the Darrell Bay feasibility study that we saw this morning, that allows us to choose where we go, what are our next steps in a clear way with a clear picture of all of the things. I believe that's achievable, considering the examples that I've seen from feasibility studies, aquatics feasibility studies, and in a way from the Darrell Bay boat launch feasibility study. I believe it's possible. So yeah, that's my intent. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Pettingill as a seconder, then Councillor French Anderson.
Yeah, thanks. The reason I'm not sure I'm actually fully there on this resolution, but I wanted to take an opportunity to share where I am and to hear from my colleagues where they are. And I think from what I've heard so far, I am a little more aligned with this than the staff recommendation at the moment. I think when I reflect back with the work that we had done, what I've seen in terms of the fields and, you know, our grants, the grant work we've done and where we are, there isn't space for more fields or a bigger gym or a second rink without seriously sort of redoing what we'd just done recently and taking away someone's access to fields or someone's access to a rink. Like there isn't space to, like, all the space is sort of taken up for the future plans. And so to my mind, I feel some comfort, to be honest, with moving ahead with what I think we had been talking about. And in the back of my mind, somewhere, and I don't quite know where yet, maybe we do need to do some additional work, is like, do we need to move sooner rather than later on a third rink or more fields and so on? And I think then we're into a second location, whether that's Chikai or investing in reserve land or fee simple Squamish Nation land and collaborating on facilities. But for me, the work we've done and the sort of allocation and sharing, it wasn't easy work, and there's not going to be making people happy, but I feel like good enough to maybe start moving. And so rather than sort of validate and sort of rehash some of field splits versus, you know, on that very constrained site. And maybe I'm misunderstanding where we are, but like for me, an outcome of this, that, oh, we think there's demand for 3 rinks. For me, that's not on this site. Like we sort of had mapped out in my mind 2 rinks, a larger pool, and squeezing fields in and around that space. And so let's get going with that. And then if we need more stuff beyond that, that's other locations in my mind. And so that's kind of where I am at the moment.
Thank you for thank you for that. Go ahead, Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor Herford. I won't be supporting this motion. I am clear on how staff is suggesting we should be moving forward with this. And when I look at that table, I see a group of people who have been working on this for years collectively, know the context, they know the history, and they have the information to make the recommendation that they've brought to us, which I'll put on the floor if this fails. We've had some good questions. We've had some solid answers, and I am comfortable with the plan staff has brought to us, and I don't like the idea of turning to a single plan from another community that may or may not align with what we're trying to achieve here in Squamish.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I'm quite happy that we're testing these different approaches and interpretations in our dialogue here. I think it's very important. I too won't be supporting this motion. I'm going to first refer to an analogy that Councillor Hamilton has pointed to, that is the boat launch. To my mind, the better analogy between the Recreational Center Task Force with the Recreation Center Task Force is the comprehensive marine strategy that the boat launch is just a part of. So it's a one-off facility proposal, which clearly and inevitably must relate to the rest of the picture and choices to be made elsewhere. We have at Brennan Park, and this is one of the revelations of the 2018 process, is it illustrated what constraints we have at that Brennan Park land base, more than what we realized over the decades. We assumed that we were going to do a whole lot there, but we have environmental constraints there, among others. I think we need a careful plan. We can't afford mistakes. During the budget night, I listened to a few people from the education sector, very concerned about where we're going with our recreational facilities at the schools. We're losing them. We've lost a track at one school and we're losing more, and it keeps going because the schools need to expand, and we're going to be losing facilities there too. So there is a bigger picture to contemplate. With respect to the empirical approach, which I favor, there's implications then for the rest of the community and for the follow-up Parks and Recreation Master Plan and cultural facilities as well. We have constraints everywhere, and I feel that this creates a demand for a careful, comprehensive, and methodical approach that I feel is reflected in staff's approach here proposed. So it's interesting also that the Squamish Nation Valley Plan includes references to recreational facility plans in the medium term. And they also are part of should be part of our consideration. A lacrosse box, fields are not insignificant plans. We have a very limited land base in the valley here, and we're just running out of options for making mistakes. So I feel that the comprehensive, methodical approach that we're looking at here is the right one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I won't be supporting the motion on the floor. Well, I appreciate where my council colleague is trying to get to. I don't think it is the fulsome approach that is warranted at this time with respect to where we're at with Brennan Park. The timeliness and the more focused direction, I think, is useful, but I think it does neglect some other components of the Brennan Park facility that are really cherished and valued and also need a solid look. Actually, the first 2 rounds of granting that we did on expansion of Brennan Park was for the wellness center and art center. That was the first piece of Brennan Park that we were going to try and expand through federal granting in our first term. Neither of our 2 rounds of grant applications were successful, but that at the time was the biggest demand in our community. And I don't think the demand has gone away. I think there are just shifting priorities depending on which facility is failing the most at the time. And so I hear staff when they are wanting to be a little bit more comprehensive in the approach that they are taking. I don't know if I'm fully supportive of the proposal as presented by staff. I think there's opportunities to refine that and be a little bit more clear on what pieces that we put into the budget for 2026 and really drill down on that work. But I think just narrowing down to a second sheet of ice and a second pool does our broader planning a disservice at this time.
Thank you. Any other comments? I also won't be supporting the motion for many of the reasons stated. I think a more comprehensive approach makes good sense to me. And I think that this, what's proposed is quite narrow and prescriptive. Although I do acknowledge that, understanding those council, not just the council touch points, but the ability to control a reasonable amount, to provide a reasonable amount of flexibility and to have control over the spend of the sort of funding envelope that's ultimately approved is important to make sure that we understand each step and that things happen as things progress to meet council's expectations. but I think that this is a step too far. The comprehensive piece I find really interesting, and having been in many rec facilities and in the having this role has had me look at rec facilities in a wholly new light. And there are some amazingly creative ways to sort of provide some services to the community in pools, ice rinks, general buildings that are quite quite innovative and opportunistic with the space. I think we would be doing ourselves a disservice by being so too narrow in our focus and not actually achieve the maximum impact for our investments, and both in a capital perspective and in this planning work that we're really contemplating here with this decision. So I won't be supporting the motion. So that's where I am. I will call the question now. All in favor and opposed? Councillor French, Anderson, Stoner, Mayor Herford oppose. Motion fails. Councillor French.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Herford. I'll move the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Anderson seconds. Would you like to speak to it?
What I read in the report and what I heard in the presentation and the discussion today is that our staff has put a lot of time, effort, and energy into this project. And what they've brought to us has been brought to us mindfully and well researched. We had some very tough questions from council this afternoon, and I think each and every one of those questions was answered thoughtfully and answered well, and with a 15-minute timeout to make sure that they're all on the same page, giving us the correct answers. Sometimes we need to feel uncomfortable in the decisions that we make. And I think that this is one of them. This is a huge decision for our community, and we're under tremendous pressure to get this project done as quickly as possible with the lowest possible expenditure of funds. And I think what we have here is a plan that moves us forward thoughtfully at a pace that's appropriate for the size and budget of the project.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson.
I will just add that since our last discussion of this Recreation Centre Task Force, staff have, in response to our last conversation, come back to us with a closer look, better articulated interpretation of the proposal for council check-ins. I think this is important too, and it will be an opportunity to fine-tune as we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks. I won't be supporting the motion on the floor. And it's not because I don't generally support this as a direction. I do want to see us make progress on the question of how to bring more recreation services to our community. As I stated in my previous motion, it's just not clear to me that this is the most, I just don't have confidence that this is the best way to achieve the outcomes that we're looking for. And I do respect staff's expertise in bringing this forward. So I won't be supporting the motion, but should this motion pass, I will support whatever I don't mean support in terms of voting. I will actively participate meaningfully and positively towards whatever outcomes we do, whatever outcomes come from the decision that council makes today.
Thank you for that. Other comments, Councillor Pettingill?
Yeah, I'm struggling with this. As I said earlier, I do generally support a significant investment to get this stuff moving. I just, from the conversations I've heard from the community, if we want the community to walk with us and to support us, I think they need a little bit more than than feeling comfort there's a check-in or a couple check-ins. They need a little more clarity on what exactly we're talking about, and I'm still not clear on that. I do appreciate some of the discussion on what validation means, and what I'm hearing is it could mean a significantly larger scope than that site, knowing that that site can't accommodate more than 2 rinks and a larger pool and all of it. Like, that's already a stretch. And if we're possibly on that path, I have to reflect on the emails I've seen about arts and culture and the needs there. Like, it's starting to, if we were going to contain it to sort of the scope and 1 extra rink and an expanded pool and the sort of field mix we had, I could sort of, I think, live with it's a separate project to work on arts and culture, maybe not this year, but hopefully pretty soon. But if we're, in my mind, possibly expanding the scope as part of this, because we're asking that question, do we need 3 rinks or whatever now? I think those other pieces have to come in, and I'm not quite sure how we do that. So just leave that as a comment there. I'm not quite sure what to do with this.
Thank you. Other comments? Councillor Stoner?
Yeah, I'm also a little bit challenged by the motion on the floor and trying to think of a way to constructively amend it. I think in general, I appreciate the direction that this is going. I think I have hesitancy around putting $700,000 into the 2026 budget with a potential $400,000 carry forward from 2025. Is I just think that that's too much work to be doing when we don't know what the funding models are. Like, I think that there's this balance, and like we've talked about the chicken and the egg the whole time around like what can actually fit onto that site. And we have, I think, some solid information from 2018 that needs updating. We need to do the archaeological assessment. We need to do a bit of that environmental assessment to ground truth what we can fit on the site so that we can have an informed conversation in our community. But we still know that there's huge funding gaps no matter what that comes from, like whatever the results of that work is. And so I don't think I'll support the motion on the floor. I think if this fails, and I ask that the budget come back up and we narrow down the specific components that we need in 2026 to get us to those answers, because I just don't feel comfortable spending $1.1 million to get us to some further information, but without clarity on how we're actually going to bridge that. So I don't think I'll be supporting the motion on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I appreciate the earlier motion and conversation and comments so far on this. I think, I do think that broadly I'm supportive of this direction. However, I hear and share my council colleagues' concern around many pieces, including the financial controls to make sure that we, that we stay on track and on budget. One of the council touch points that was missing in the slide, which I understand why it wasn't there, is budget process 2020, next year's budget process, which will be started by this council but finished by the next council. And I think the progress of this project and it's that 2027 funding is largely hinging on how far this progresses with deliverables. So that's one additional touch point that's there. I also think that, and I don't know that we need, in practical sense, I don't know how detailed to go in a motion here, but that first touch point is very early. It is getting the lead consultant on board and then coming to council to check in on engagement and so on. And I think that might be the best time to really flesh out those touch points. And as we've heard, we do have what's proposed is a concurrent process. So there is a sort of couple dominoes need to fall together if we're actually going to stay on a concurrent process, which does shorten up the timelines from the normal process, which was that linear process is even longer than this concurrent process, which is meant to expedite things. So I think that broadly, I'm supportive of this. If someone has some an amendment that they would like to introduce as far as more different touch points, I might be be swayed by that, but that next touch point is early on, and I think we have opportunity at other points in the process to ensure that we're getting the desired outcome and that it's on track, both with the touch points that are presented as well as ones that may need to be added to the process as we get our teeth into this as a council and as a community. So I'm comfortable that we can work with that inside the funding envelope that we would be approving here. But I'm open to, as always, open to amendments, but I would consider supporting an amendment that included some additional controls potentially. Go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Thank you, the chair. I have to correct my comments. It's not 1.1 million because the $700,000 that was presented in staff slide included 400,000 carry forward from 2025. It's the $700,000 for 2026, which includes the 400,000 carryover plus the electrical review component has been taken out. So we're still, well, I think over $1 million, but I just wanted to correct that because I feel like that was an error on my part. And I would request that if staff can just go back to the slide with the pie chart, if I can review that and consider an amendment.
While you do that, I'm going to go to Councillor Pettingill and I'll make sure to come to you before I call a question. Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
I guess it's a question for my colleagues, but how do we imagine if one of the key initial sort of tasks is to bring someone on to lead this? But our first touch point of like what exactly you want and understanding that is after they're on, I'm trying to wrap my head around what their contract or what their deliverables are. Like, it seems like we need to have that decision before we can bring this person on. But we're planning, I think, from what I'm hearing, to maybe try and tackle that after we've brought on this person for an undefined role, maybe.
I'm going to go to staff and I'll try to phrase that in a way that is in a situation like this, where someone is coming on to lead a project that has these, just as part of what's proposed, so it inherently has these council touch points for decision and direction and scope, can evolve at each of those decision points. How is that reflected what comfort level does staff have with engaging someone in a process that has so many unknowns, even outside of direction at this table?
Thank you for the question through the chair. We do have a general scope and we will be working with our procurement team to ensure any agreements that we work into with a successful proponent would allow us to have some levers to terminate the contract if a decision point were to pause or stop the work or change the work.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Pettingill, did that get at your... I attempted to get at your question, but if you have a follow-up, you're more than welcome to.
Well, and again, maybe but it sort of sounds like in that first touch point, unless I'm misunderstanding, it's sort of like, this is what we have a better sense now. We're willing to spend up to $50,000 on validation or $500,000 on validation, or like those sorts of variation in the tasks and the expertise required and so on. Like, those are things we can decide after we've brought someone on. Like, there's someone with general enough, or am I missing something?
Some of the costing will be driven by the market, and some of it, like its scope and market, is the two pieces. So if we may need to adjust one, or we need to work with someone to understand both of those things, I think is the process. These are numbers that were researched, but until we get to really nailing down the scope and go to market with it, we won't know how much money it's gonna cost. That's my understanding. I just want to make sure, staff, is that the process here?
Thank you through the chair. That's correct.
And just so for that, we're committing to this funding envelope, but how much which piece of the pie and the scope. There's still a tremendous amount of variation in that, depending on market / direction choices. Is that also correct? Or are we committing that? Or I just want to make sure we understand the scope of the decision that we're making right now.
Yeah. At this point, these are staff's best estimates in terms of what the costs are, and this is based on the market prices today, in terms of the information that was available to us. We have built in a contingency, which also assists us in terms of adapting to what the market looks like when we actually go out for RFP, and also for our prime contractor if they were to subcontract. So there is some flexibility built in there, but this is based on the best information we have at this time.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm sorry, we have a motion on the floor, so I don't want to invite too many. Or I know it's a challenging time to get questions answered, but I guess my question is more: we're approving the proposed budget and the activities inside of, and then this is just a projection. This, like, the actual numbers in the pie chart are not what we're approving. It's the budget and in its totality.
Thank you. Through the mayor, that's correct. Staff's ask is for the budget in its totality.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll go back to you, Councillor Pettingill, then I'm going to go to Councillor Stoner.
So the idea then is, if we bring someone on, their first deliverable would essentially be to help us refine our scope. And that first touch point would be to sort of say, hey, this is the scope they would propose. And we would decide at that point, yeah, we're on track, or, well, no, we got to reset or change direction. Is that the sort of thought? The first sort of deliverable is a more refined scoping of this?
If staff has a reply, I'd welcome it, but I know that we're getting a bit challenging with the debate but I think that's a scope question. So
Thank you. Through the mayor. So through our engagement with the prime consultant, we would be looking at validating the scope, and that would help us have more specific estimates in terms of what the rest of the work would look like. But until we get to that stage, this is our best estimate. As mentioned previously for the decision points, the first one beyond this budget decision that we brought to council is the decision on the community engagement component.
okay, and then at that point, more engagement is more, and less engagement is spending less time and capacity on that as well. But that doesn't need to be a decision for today. I'm going to go to Councillor Stoner. You're next on my speakers list.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just wondering if staff can just flip back to the timeline chart as well, or slide. Thank you. I would make an amendment that council directs staff to include the Brennan Park Recreation Facility upgrade in the draft 2026 to 2035 financial plan for up to $525,000 in, I don't know how to phrase this, but for year one.
So you're inclusive of the carry. You're reducing from this. If you're including the carry forward, so you're reducing from 7 to 5 525.
Yeah.
How would we express that? I'll go to just Ms. Boxrud. We've got the matter of the carry forward that we're trying to address for a motion. Could you suggest a language around that?
Through the chair, I would suggest that you would have to reduce the 300,000 that's currently in 2026 down to 125, and then you have the $400,000 pre-development carry forward.
Okay, so
I'll reframe my amendment that that council directs staff to include the Brennan Park Recreation Facility upgrade in the draft 2026-2035 financial plan with $125,000 for the 2026 value.
And
Clarification?
Yeah, I have one too, so I'll come to you after. And then does it stop there, or do the 27, what was proposed had the 27 amount, or do you want to address that in through a 27 budgeting or onwards?
It can stay in there as a earmarked amount. We'd debate it next year.
Okay. Councillor Hamilton, do you have a question, or was it the same one? Okay. Are you seconding that, Councillor Pettingill? Thank you. So on the amendment, would you like to speak to your amendment, and then I'll come around for comments?
Yeah, I'll speak to the rationale of my amendment, and there's always risk when you are shifting dollars on the fly. But my calculation is, and sorry if staff could go back to the pie chart, is that this includes dollars for the validation items, the technical feasibility items, and the 15% contingency. Using what is carry forward from 2025 to fund the majority of that, because I think that was work that we already kind of thought was ongoing. So I think to me that this helps contain the work a little bit. Again, as I spoke to in the initial motion, like my biggest concern here is pouring a lot of money in early just to find out that we still can't afford what we need at the end of the day. Part of my rationale here is that if I look at the timeline, the validation and engagement and demand assessment is meant to come out with results. Ideally, if we can move really quickly around April, CFO, cover your ears, because I also feel like that gives us an opportunity. If there's something that's like really that we're missing, we can integrate it into the spring amendment. This has been a clunky last minute process. I don't mean clunky in that it's come at the 11th hour in our regular budgeting anyways. And so I feel like buying ourselves a little bit more time and incorporating something further into the spring amendment if we need to, we have that backup. But this actually, I think, provides a decent envelope of money that gives us some flexibility to do the things that, at least as I read on this slide, are really critical to understanding what that site can hold and revalidating what our community is really asking for and expects of us in terms of service levels. So that's why I'm presenting the motion or the amendment as presented and hope I can get my colleagues' support.
Thank you. Councillor Pettingill?
Yeah, given all the discussion so far, I'm inclined to support this largely for similar reasons. I just don't, I feel the full amount's a little bit too open-ended given the level of clarity I have. It sounds like the plan is sort of very early in the new year. We gain more clarity. And in my mind, and again, if this is wrong, I would encourage staff to start waving your hands about now. But that, you know, if it was going to be a real obstacle to get more work done when we had that comfort, that we could use the budget amendment process. But just to open up the full amount with the level of clarity I have now, I'm just not quite there. And I think I do want to, again, understand if we are talking about more than 2 rinks and so on at this point, I want to have that opportunity to have a discussion about rec and culture and heritage and where that fits in this big picture. Maybe not today, but this gives us that opportunity to have those check-ins, I think.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson?
Well, I'm not feeling a deja vu with the oceanfront experience, which was a rather extravagant, enthusiastic process of studies and lots of studies. I feel that there is already a conservative approach reflected here. And in fact, I'm just looking at the archaeological study already completed in 2023, which was a fairly hefty report and was revised fairly substantially too at around that time. And it's a preliminary field reconnaissance that was done covering the whole area for Brennan Park revitalization and expansion. So I'm happy with where we are. We will have an opportunity, as Councillor Stoner points out, to look at it again in the form of a spring amendment. But I feel that it is already a conservative approach, and so I think I can live with the amendment as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? I'm going to go to Councillor Greenlaw and then.
Yeah, speaking in support of the motion, I think it's prudent for us to have a more kind of a firmer grasp on what funding we will have to actually execute the project. And furthermore, I hope that part of the engagement will be planting the seed of community fundraising, because I think that absolutely needs to happen. And the more our public hears that, the more everybody hears that, the more that message gets around, then I think the more people will be contributing to it and creating a mechanism to do so, which also ties into having some funding for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? I feel that there's a expectation in the community that we go as far and as fast as we can on this. I think that message is we've all heard around this table, and staff have heard and have replied with this proposal. I think that that deliverable, that point in June where we get the first report back, is would be an opportunity for council to say, tools down. That's whoa, we've uncovered something that's that's as far as we want to go, and and there are opportunities to stop. I think that what's proposed in this amendment will likely lead to a period of time where, like, we're not going to have that understanding before the spring amendment. We're trying to be disciplined and not use the spring amendment for things like this, but I do think we have the ability to step back from it at points along the way. So again, quite similar to the difference between the last motion that was very prescriptive, had a very similar actual effect on the budget that we were approving here, but it was more prescriptive on what it was used for. I think that this amendment isn't far enough from that for me. I think the end result would be something quite similar. And so I think that there is a point where we need to take a step and know that we have off ramps that we may want to consider if what we're getting back from some of this work isn't what we expect it to be. But at this point, making this decision, I think it's too close to that last decision, and I'm not comfortable with it. So I won't be supporting the motion, and as I do think that we need to move as far and fast as we can, and that means a leap into the unknown of sorts, which I understand a level of discomfort comes with that. Councillor Pettingill.
Sorry, can we go back to the timeline slide briefly? So, and Mayor, to your point, what I'd envisioned is that, for me, I would have more certainty and more comfort, more clarity end of February, so not June. And so in my mind, there's an opportunity, gives us a couple months to sort of resolve some of the lack of clarity and stuff, plenty of time. So I'm not, in my mind, it wasn't waiting till June to figure out do we need to change or whatever? Like it's much sooner than that, and this gives us that room. And maybe my colleagues had something else in mind, but that's how I was seeing this.
Okay. Yep, that's fair. I think that number one on this scale moves if that's an expectation, because there'd be more work there than that. But I don't know. Other thoughts on this? So I'm going to, if there's no one else to speak on the amendment, I'll call the question on the amendment. So all in favor and opposed? Councillor French, Mayor Herford opposed, motion carries. Now we're back to the main motion as amended. Any further comments on this? I'll be supporting the motion. My preference was to go further faster, and that did include some elements of the unknown. However, with that in mind, I think it's wholly appropriate to move as far and fast as we can together. So in that spirit, I'll be supporting the motion, and look forward to next steps here and doing what it takes to support this process throughout. Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Thanks to my colleagues for their support on my amendment. I will be supporting the motion on the floor. I think that we have spent many hours talking about the proposal that staff have brought forward and continue to refine for us, and that's only going to get better. I hear the mayor and our community when they say they want to move fast, and they want to have all the answers, which can't happen without putting time and effort and money into doing some of these studies. I think that this strikes a fine balance, and I appreciate that we might not have all the information by the spring amendment. It's not our typical practice to try and put those things in. This is intended to be funded by reserve, and so I think just given the nature of the work, the number of unknowns, that this gives a little bit more certainty to me anyways, and hopefully to the rest of council and the community, that we are doing this diligently in a good way. And as we have more information that it comes forward through January, February, we can get really clear and certain on the cost and the estimates of that feasibility work, and the contents and the deliverables of that. But I think, I'm happy that the motion was amended, and I'm happy to support what's on the floor. And once this is called, I have a subsequent motion for council consideration.
Thank you. Any other comments? So I'll call the question. All in favor and opposed? Councillor Hamilton opposes. Motion carries. Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, I'd like my council colleagues to consider that staff bring back considerations of striking a committee of council to advance the Brennan Park Recreation Task Force at the first council touch point for in the new year.
Okay. Councillor Greenlaw. Oh, sorry, corporate officer.
Could I clarify if the intent is a select committee or a standing committee? And I can explain.
Can you remind me the difference between the two?
Yeah, absolutely. A select committee would include external people with a council member on the committee, and a standing committee is comprised only of select council members appointed by the mayor.
Thank you for that clarification. I was thinking of a select committee of council, and I will email my motion to you, Riley.
Okay. Councillor Greenlaw, I had you as a seconder. Are you seconding that the motion?
Yeah, I'm going to second the motion, but sorry, can you go through the two types again?
Could you give me a moment just to pull up the legislation so I've got it?
Yeah. And
okay.
Through to my colleague, I wonder if determining this might be part of your motion, or if this is something you want to look at today. Okay, that's fine.
Mayor, just
Yep.
one additional question while we're looking at the legislation.
Sure. You may need to restate it as we have someone hunting in the legislation, but go ahead.
My recollection is that one or both is something that is the purview of the mayor, and I think the other one is the purview of council to do. And so just looking for that clarity, or maybe I'm misremembering that.
Okay, a standing committee of council. The mayor must establish standing committees for matters. At least half of the members of a standing committee must be council members. Subject to section 2, persons who are not council members may be appointed to a standing committee. A select committee, a council may establish and appoint a select committee to consider or inquire into a matter. At least one member of a select committee must be a council member. And subject to subsection 2, persons who are not council members may be appointed to a select committee. So either can have external parties. One is appointed by the mayor and the other is by council.
So which was?
The motion includes striking a select committee of council.
And I'll second. Yep.
Okay. Any further comment?
Yeah, I think that this is important to consider how we move this forward. And I appreciate that there's a forthcoming discussion on engagement. One of the pieces that I've heard time and again from community is visibility, transparency, and wanting to work in collaboration and partnership with the district. And I think one way that we can do that is through a select committee of council. We don't have any select committees of council. And we haven't for a while. And part of that reason is because they can be difficult to get quorum on. They can be administratively burdensome, which is why I'm not directing this now. I'm directing staff to bring back some of those considerations. But they can also be really useful to get a broader representation around the table on, I think, specifically items that are clear and succinct and have a clear terms of reference. And so I would like for council and staff to consider this as a potential option for engagement on the Brennan Park Recreation Task Force work so that we can bring more community members into the dialogue sooner.
Thank you. Other comments on this? Councillor Greenlaw, go ahead, and then Councillor Anderson.
Yeah, I'm happy to support. I think this is a tool that obviously we're underutilizing right now, but I think that this could bring a deeper understanding to members of council, whoever are on that committee. I've made this comment a lot of times. It's really difficult to make decisions in the way that we receive information and are digesting it. I think it would be really valuable to have a couple members of council who are effectively become kind of experts on what's happening I used air quotes there, but experts on very informed on what's happening at Brennan Park and bringing that knowledge back to council on a regular basis, as opposed to just having these anyways, I think it would be beneficial and I support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
I won't be supporting the motion. I have been an enthusiast and advocate for our considering committees since the beginning of the term, but I'm not sure that this is the topic or venue for this. I would prefer to see us consider, I'd actually prefer us to discuss committees, period, just generically. And I'm disappointed that we haven't been able to find the opportunity to do that. It seems to me that a better topic for a committee, a standing committee perhaps, would be the waterfront and marine strategy. It's an area crying out for us getting started with shared leadership and governance. Its complexity, demands for cooperation, information sharing, and co-management. It's just a far bigger arena and demands for committee work than this particular topic here. Another one might conceivably be Parks and Recreation Master Plan update and facilities, cultural facilities strategy. There is another venue I see, or an arena for working within a committee, but I just feel the topic is too small, and I'm disappointed that we're not looking at the exploring committees with other larger, more complex and demanding topics. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor Herford. I won't be supporting this. We want to move fast on this. And using the word fast, I hesitate because the approach that staff is bringing to us is a thoughtful and mindful approach that goes at an appropriate speed. This will just slow us down. I'm happy with the transparency level that staff is bringing to us. So I don't see that we need this for a transparency tool. I won't be supporting.
Councillor Pettingill.
I'm inclined to support this. I think what I've observed is that the community, there are certain topics where there's different levels of engagement, and there's a few people that are really interested, but there's a large number of people that really want to be involved in this. And so I think what I hear, if not explicitly, implicitly, the community asking to be very involved in this whole process. They don't want us to drag our feet, and I don't think this has to be that. I struggle to think about having to choose who goes on this committee, but I think, assuming, and I understand this is a request for some information about, is this the approach we want to take, but just sort of looking several steps ahead, maybe too many steps ahead. But I think having that consideration and hearing what our community has to say about that, if they think this is a wrong move, we will hear about that in the next little while. I expect people will be enthusiastic about this. So I would like to hear what information is about this.
Okay. Other comments? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm in support of the motion. I think that I look forward to hearing staff's recommendation on the consideration of a standing, if I got the standing, I just got a standing committee. It's something I haven't had the opportunity to reflect deeply on because we don't typically do that. So I look forward to reflecting on whether it's the right choice for this work.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'll come back to you, Councillor Storm, before I call the vote. If I could use a graphic, could you go to the next slide, please? Oh, that was the wrong slide. This one. Thank you. When I look at this and I think about the room for the types of feedback that would be provided by a group, whether it's a standing committee, a select committee, a working group, any form that can take, we're looking at some very technical pieces here, and I don't think that the committee that a committee would advance this work could interact with this in a meaningful way. I do think that that this discussion best lives with the engagement. So we understand that the engagement piece for the community, what that could or should look like, and also we initially this proposal had a larger budget to go further, and now we've carved the budget back while proposing to increase the complexity. In the past, discussions around committees has been around how challenging it is to resource them and the impact that has on our capacity to deliver other initiatives. So a committee of any sort will require staff resources and budgeting. And I don't think that this is the spot for it. So I'm not supportive of this direction. I would be supportive of a discussion around where council thinks we may benefit from committee work. We've had some discussions on this topic, and where we arrived at was really leaning on committee of the whole, so that the 1, 2, or 3 members of the committee don't make a recommendation that subsequently gets redebated at the same length by the entirety of council when it comes to council for the official direction. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting this at this time. Any additional comments before I call the question? Go ahead.
Well, just like to recognize that we around this table are lay people from the community. I would say we've gained some experience and have had more exposure, but I would like to think there are others in our community that could bring it. I would argue a comparable level of professionalism and insight into this. And so that's why I'm sort of seeing that as a mechanism to bring people in, because I am anticipating this to be such a big, impactful, and community-focused project. It is, for me, different than the other things we've talked about. And so that's why I'd like to hear from staff what that would be. And also, again, I still have my mindset on that first touch point in February. Maybe this report from staff comes back sooner, where if we need to resource, this is something I am personally willing to resource properly to make it happen. And so if we hear like, you guys really undercut yourself by that, by your budget amendment, you need more to make this happen, I feel like we have enough time to do that and move forward. And so that's sort of for what it's worth. Right.
Okay. Councillor Stoner, then I'll call the question.
Yeah, I do just want to respond to some of my council colleagues' comments. This is not about adding complexity or making it take longer. I actually think it's the opposite. This table has debated even just the proposal as presented for longer than 6 hours over the last few weeks, without the day-to-day user perspective of folks who are either representative of minor hockey or of the Pirates or of general user groups, let alone some of the, like, we totally have give and take around the overall budget. But how this project lands in community and the amount of buy-in that we can get on where we end up depends on how we bring people along. And that's why I think it's actually important that early on, we explore options. And again, this is just a direction to have staff come back to better understand what those trade-offs are, but to strike a committee of council that can actually have people at the table earlier rather than later, so that they can also be part of that decision-making process, so that there's more people in our community that are bought into the overall final product, as opposed to us just continuously defending the decisions that we've made because people haven't sat through the 6 hours of our debate. So I think that's the piece that I think is important. It's not transparency based on what staff are providing. What they provide is clear and transparent. We spend many hours deliberating on it. It's about how do we actually bring people along with us in the communications and the decisions that we're making at this table. And to me, that's the committee of council.
Councillor Greenlaw.
Yeah, I think another point is like building on the conversations that we were having this morning, though our communication staff does a wonderful job reaching out to the public and finding out what they heard. Oftentimes the public comes to us with their comments. And if we are directly in one of these groups, then like on this committee, then we could just bring that in directly, as opposed to having to retroactively introduce it at a later time. So I think it also brings an opportunity to increase the public's engagement in this process.
Okay, any other comments on this? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor and opposed? Councillor French, Anderson, Mayor Herford opposed. Motion carries. Okay, moving on to our next, the next piece is the Community Partnership Coordinator position. Is there someone ready to have a motion on this piece? Councillor Stoner's moved the staff recommendation. I will second that. Would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Thanks to staff for the further clarity as we dug into the details of the proposed position here. I think that this makes sense to me to include this in this budget at this time. Council in our strategic plan, section 1.4, specifically directed staff to do work on how we build relationships with community groups to increase community capacity and resources by September 2026. And this specifically is aimed at trying to accomplish that through the work that we did with the partnership policy. I think one of the fears that I have in doing this is that, as we said early on, the community partnership policy to me wasn't intended to be everything falls onto one position. It was meant to be a reorientation of how our organization works with community partners, because we know we can't do this alone. I see that when I read the community partnership policy, I see that language in there. I see the commitment to collaboration. And I do trust that that is permeating through our organization, and we continue to look for those opportunities. I think what I see with the presentation of this additional FTE is that there will be some added capacity to be able to do that in a clear manner for those who are looking to do so. As staff have mentioned, it's been ad hoc in the past. This helps to centralize it in with one point of contact. But I'm hoping that that doesn't mean that it just only happens because of this one person. I hope it still remains something that everybody is continuously looking for opportunities throughout the organization. It just means that we have resources to be able to actually effectively accomplish that actual administrative task that is required with partnership agreements. I also very much appreciate that some of the FTE will be utilized in order to start to address some of the unfunded projects that we know are high priority in our community, but perhaps we don't have clear lines of sight in our current budget, and start to think about what those partnerships might look like, because that is a difficult task unto itself. There's different models that we can look at. And so I think some capacity there is warranted. So happy to support the motion on the floor.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I'll also be supporting this motion on the floor. I just note that there's a couple of references to exploring public-private partnerships, and that is something I'd like to highlight. It has come up not only in this context of the Recreation Center Task Force, but elsewhere in discussions around the community around economic development and service providing, even within transit as well. I think it's an area of where it would be advantageous to build up acquaintance and knowledge and resources, networks around that topic of public-private partnerships. I'll come back to that. Was posed earlier the question, without a recreation center task force, would we still need or desire a community agreements policy coordinator? I would say yes, because we also have the fields of environment and culture and heritage, where there are groups that are keen to explore getting involved in this program as it unfolds. Like Councillor Stoner, I also have in front of me our strategic plan item number 1.4, build relationships and community groups to increase community capacity and resources. I think it's an advantage also that we are combining it in some ways or overlapping with our economic development portfolio. This should be of advantage to our economic development portfolio. Strengthen it as a platform. And here I come back to public-private partnerships. I think we're going to learn stuff out of here that's going to be valuable for that portfolio as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor Herford. I see this as an investment, a position that will leverage what we have to get us more and get access to resources that we're currently not tapped into. I fully support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Greenlaw, then Hamilton.
I just wanted to speak in support of this motion. Originally, we were hoping that this could already be done with the staff capacity that we have, but I think it's really important. I think there's a lot in our community that we are not accessing right now by not having this role in place. So I think this is a smart way to have a return on investment, and I also hope that this will help move some of our projects forward faster and empower the public, and also improve relations with the public through having them be active participants in municipal projects.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much. As I've stated before, I have concerns that we're putting a lot onto this one position. That there's a lot of hope that this one position is going to trigger and facilitate lots of return on investment, and it's uncertain to me that they will. It's uncertain to me that we'll be spending the 90 or so thousand per year, and really see that return in our partnerships. It's not entirely clear to me how this one position, how that expertise or those partnerships are going to be really distributed through our organization. As Councillor Stoner says, that's an important piece of this, is distributing that knowledge throughout our organization. but if we don't support the position, if the position's not there, then I can see where we have very little chance of that return on investment. So I sincerely hope that this position will trigger all the things that we hope that it will trigger. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Pettingill, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I will be supporting this. I think I've had a lot of questions about this, and my hesitation has actually been more about the plan we approved than funding this position. And it's the sort of timeline which we were aware of and we did approve to get some of the deliverables, and knowing that some partnerships we have were done off sides of desks, and I understand capacity is more of a challenge. And so that's not as easier said than done now, especially. And so this will allow some of that. But it was heartened to hear that to the degree there's sponsorship policy and so on, it's maybe not this role that does the policy development, but just more the administration. I guess what I'm trying to get at with my comments is to signal to staff and to my colleagues if there's a way to revisit the timeline and accelerate this, and maybe it's for next year's budget if we see success here, to double the funding to accelerate some of this, because this was identified in our strategic plan as we wanted to really leverage the community and facilitate the community. And so again, I'm happy to get this moving. I'm sort of torn about whether there's a way to be pushing, or should we be pushing harder to get it moving faster? That's where I am.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'm supportive of this role. I'll be supporting the motion. I think that, early on in our time together, Council, we developed our strategic plan, and developing the policy around that this role will be implementing was an outcome of that. And we knew then that there would be a financial impact, whether that's of the partnerships themselves or the administration of the policy, and likely both. I think that already in this budget process, we referred one thing to this policy, and thus this position that we're debating right now. So I think that that this can be a very impactful role, and we expect it to be a very impactful role, but we cannot have that impact without this role. And to Councillor Pettingill's comments about what does it mean to go faster on this, it certainly isn't not doing this role. So I think that this is appropriate, but we do have high expectations of what's possible here, and with good reason. So this feels like the move to make at this point. So I'm happy to support. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. So Council, just want to orient us here with our time pressure. We do have the ability to, I'm going to suggest that we keep moving through the agenda. We do have a 6 o'clock start time for a regular. We can delay a little bit if we need, but I'd like to see how far we can get on these pieces and try to give us the largest break we can. So I'm keeping an eye on that, but we are well into extra time on our meeting today. But as with other times we've engaged with these topics, they've been challenging and complex, but this is our space. So that's the plan at this point. We'll see how far we can get together. So next we'll do the next item here is the cemetery expansion item. Is that right? Or do you have a different? Oh, okay, we'll go there. Municipal hall relocation. Sorry, I think I had it in a different order on my list, but they all need doing, so it's totally fine. Okay, over to you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and members of the community. My name is Harmony Cornwell, Director of Facilities. I am joined today by my colleague, Nav Triplett, Real Estate Portfolio Manager, and we will present the high-level cost and risk analysis requested by Council regarding the Municipal Hall relocation discussions. We can go with this. The points on this slide summarize the discussion held during the December 9th budget workshop and provides a recap before we move into the detailed cost and lease analysis requested by Council. First, capital renewals. The current building requires significant component renewals over the next decade, estimated at $2.55 million in 2020 dollars, which equates to approximately $4 to $5 million today. These renewals include windows, roofing, plumbing, electrical systems, and building envelope upgrades. While some HVAC work is already in the capital plan, the majority of these renewals are not in the district's 10-year financial plan. Second, seismic risk. There are seismic upgrades that are still outstanding. We need to prioritize the risk assessment and work for this category of upgrade. And third are space constraints. Municipal Hall is operating beyond capacity. Current mitigation measures include work from home arrangements and shared desks. However, these are not sustainable long-term solutions. Meeting rooms are limited, confidential conversations are challenging, and there is minimal room for organizational growth. To plan effectively, we must validate future space requirements over a 20-year horizon and update remote work assumptions. The last space planning exercise was conducted over 8 years ago and predates the pandemic. These factors collectively underscore the importance of this analysis. Next, Ms. Triplett will review the supplemental leases that currently support the municipal hall operations.
So the district has 2 leases that support our current municipal hall operations. These 2 leases are the Annex building on 2nd Avenue and the Cleveland office. For 2025, the district's expenses on these leases were approximately $65,000, and that includes about $35,000 for the Annex rent, triple net charges, and operating costs, and roughly around $30,000 for the Cleveland office lease and operating costs. 73% of the Annex costs are covered by external grants and capacity funding. With these costs being split across 2 locations, it does add complexity and overhead. These numbers highlight that maintaining the status quo isn't cost neutral. The district is committing money annually to keep supplemental space operational. This does not include future rent escalations or the risk of continued fragmentation across multiple sites. Next, we'll look at what these leases contain in terms of renewals and long-term obligations. As mentioned at the Annex office, our share of costs includes rent, triple net, and operating expenses. There are 2 renewal options for 1 year each with modest rate increases. There's no early termination clause, so any changes to this lease will need to be planned. The district has a right of first refusal for any additional space that may become available in the building. There's also a demolition clause on behalf of the landlord that can be triggered during the first renewal term with 1 year's notice. The Cleveland office is a smaller space with a midterm lease. It offers flexibility because either party can terminate with 6 months' notice, and it continues to support our overall space strategy. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Cornwell for the next steps.
Looking ahead to 2026, the proposed next steps includes validating long-term space requirements for each department and updating remote work policy assumptions. This undertaking will be done by staff working groups across various departments, primarily human resources and facilities. We will also confirm the seismic scope and develop an order of magnitude cost estimate for the existing facility. While recreation services remain a major focus, we are committed to continuing progress on municipal hall planning in parallel. We recognize that the municipal hall project is critical, as per the real estate and facilities master plan, and we don't want it to fall behind, but are cognizant of funding challenges. And that concludes the presentation. So we'll pause here and turn it back to Mayor and Council for discussion.
Thank you. Councillor Stoner, go ahead.
Thank you through the chair to staff. Thank you for bringing back this information. It is very helpful for me as I look at the 10-year financial plan and the staff capacity that we have to do all the work. Ms. Cornwell, you're only one person. I know you have a few folks on your team, but that's a lot of work to consider as we just put a lot of pressure on the team overall for Brennan Park. Just a few questions for consideration in our 10-year financial plan. So good portion of our one of our facilities that we're leasing is being paid by a third party. In our current 10-year financial plan, do we ramp that into taxation over time already, or is that assumed to be third-party paid in perpetuity, or that we just wouldn't need it at some time?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. I might ask Ms. Vangie to answer the first part of the question, but the third party has a capacity ending time period, and I'll pass it over to Ms. Vangie.
Through the chair, yes, Julie Vengi, General Manager of Corporate Services. Yes, we do have an end date for the capacity funding, which lines up with the end of construction of the WLG facility. So we would need to account for, if we were going to extend or renew that lease, to account for that missing funding.
Is that currently included in our 10-year financial plan, or is that something that we would address at a future date?
That is not currently addressed in our financial plan at this point.
And then I also heard in the staff presentation that most of the capital is not included in the 10-year financial plan. And so how do we just manage those risks, I guess, given obviously the need of this building, the critical nature of it? How do we justify not having allocated money in the budget, given that we know we're going to be here for 5 years plus before we can build something else?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Currently, our 10-year financial plan assumes that we will lease another municipal hall. So at this point, that is the direction that the financial plan takes until council provides a different direction. That way, in that time period, if we were to shift strategies, then we would start to build in those additional costs.
Thank you. Can you remind me what year in our 10-year financial plan do we start to expend for lease payments for a different municipal building?
We begin the lease payments of $900,000 in 2027, and then it moves to 1.36 thereafter.
That provides me much more comfort that that is at least baked into our 10-year financial plan. I had forgotten about that. So thank you for that information.
Okay, any other questions on this? And just a reminder that the recommendation on this item is to just receive the report, because the item that we just heard is already included in the budget. But Councillor Pettingill.
And yeah, just for my clarity, given the discussion, so the work to sort of advance, and that was just discussed, that is part of the work plan within the existing operating budget for our real estate or other departments or facilities departments, or this is something that's not currently in the budget to deal with this and we would need to add it in?
Thank you for the question through the chair. I may need a clarification point. Are you referring to the work that is required to upgrade systems within Municipal Hall, or are you referring to the work for the staffing growth projections?
I think the latter, and sort of understanding and planning for Municipal Hall relocation.
Thank you for the clarification through the chair. The work not dissimilar to the Recreation Center Task Force. We need to do a current state and then do growth projections from here. I know that we have year-over-year growth projections that I believe are coming back to council in the new year, and we need to validate that information and understand where we're growing so we can determine how much square feet we need. And the remote work policy will inform the type of office we need in terms of complement of meeting rooms, office space, hot desk. There's some information we need to make the plan and go forward.
But for clarity, the funding to do that work is in our current 10-year plan.
Ms. Fengi?
Through the chair, the work articulated by Mr. Cornwall that will be carried out by the Human Resources Department within their current work plan. So no extra money is required to understand or get projections on those numbers, or to develop or further refine our remote work policies.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, and there is a sort of land or leasing component to this at some point. Is that sort of work captured somewhere still, or that is a piece that would need to be added as once the HR sort of outputs are known?
Thank you for the question through the chair. The Real Estate and Facilities Master Plan does indicate a couple of options, one of them being leasing or building a new facility. Again, we're cognizant of the funding constraints. So that work will flow from the HR work that happens next year.
Okay, if there's no further question, Councillor Stone is moving receipt. Do you have one question before we do that?
Thanks. Where do we find that the lease payment starting up in our budget? Like, so I can understand it's not capital, it's not special operating. Where do we see it?
It's in the, sorry, through the chair. Thank you for the question. It is in the operating budget under the real estate department. So it would be in the general fund segment.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Stoner moves receipt. I will second that. Any comments?
Just really briefly through the chair, a thanks again to staff for the due diligence on that work and the reminder of what is existing in the 10-year financial plan. I just really wanted to make sure that we still had some visibility into what is the last of our critical facilities in our real estate and facility master plan, and we continue to do that work while we extend our scope to include Brennan Park, which is the next iteration of core facilities. So thank you for everything and putting my mind at ease on that one.
Thank you. Any other comments? With that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. I think we're on to cemetery next.
Good afternoon. My name is Jesse Morwood. I'm manager of capital projects. The motion today is regarding the cemetery budget scope increase of $650,000 that's been brought for the 2026 fiscal year. I've broken up the motion into kind of 4 questions that I think is answering council's question, and we'll walk through those 4 questions now. So before I talk about scope changes, I want to talk about what was in the master plan scope. So there was major components were expanding the capacity as well as the services offered, and these include full burials, green burials, scattered gardens as well. There was a road systems attached to that to facilitate that, pathways, landscaping. The maintenance yard and shed also had to shift as a result of that expansion. Fencing, a new entrance feature, seating areas, refurbishments, as well as a washroom. So there were variations and changes as we moved from the master plan to the detailed design. This is typical as you move to the detailed design. The master plan is a concept plan, and so it's guiding. It's a guiding document on how the detailed design. There was a 40% contingency in the master plan, and this was to identifying that there was going to be changes as moving forward. So we removed some scope that was in the original master plan. This included paving of roadways. We felt that the paving was a high cost and minimal benefit for the limited use of the cemetery currently. There was some aesthetic changes to the fence, as well as there was a washroom as well that was identified originally. We removed the washroom due to, again, limited use. We did recognize that as the cemetery expands and it gets more use, as well as there potentially a full-time public works staff, that the washroom would be needed at a future date. We added some scope as well. These include added parking lot fencing around the existing parking lot. This came from feedback from Public Works about getting people off the road and getting them into a kind of a safer, more accessible environment 24/7, rather than just during the services. Completed the road loop for better circulation during services, as well as for maintenance staff. We moved an existing fence that has to be removed as part of the expansion. We refurbished the existing circle garden. This was identified using the circle garden as a scattering garden was identified in the master plan. However, after consultation with Public Works staff, we felt that the circle garden was at end of life. It needed to be refurbished, as well as because it was so established with all the root system, we had to. It was limited utility as a scattering garden. So by refurbishing the existing utility garden as a scattering garden, we felt that we increased capacity as well as centralized the scattering garden in the old existing cemetery section. We moved the green burial site to its own space. This was to get it away from the maintenance shed, as well as it will be naturalized to some degree at a future date, and this provides its own space to do that, as well as allowed for some expansion, which the location identified in the master plan didn't allow for. There were more landscaping plantings, tree plantings associated with the detailed design than the master plan. Largely, this had to do with we weren't able to retain very many trees as part of our expansion project. We did put a lot of effort in trying to do that, but after we did a tree hazard assessment based on the area and the soils, we weren't able to save many mature trees that we expected to. As a result, we wanted to add back plantings to replace some of that. Also, there was all environmental compensation as part of our compensation for habitat loss when we did remove those trees. So I just wanted to put this in a visualization. So on the left is the original concept sign, and it looks like the letter J. The picture on the right is the detailed design. So the lower kind of circle in the middle of the three shape is the scattering garden and the refurbished of the circle garden there. At the north end is the green burial area, which we moved. That was at the southern end. We moved it to that north end. Again, moving it to the north end allows us for easy future expansion. So second question was, what were the cost estimates and increases? I've provided kind of a high level kind of demonstration of showing of the cost that from the draft CMP to the more to the compared to the tenders and the actual costs that we're seeing. The draft CMP was developed in the early 2020s, and that was used for the budget that's in the current budget right now. The costs were, as I mentioned, significantly more than the draft CMP, as well as about 20% more than the Class A estimate. Some of the big changes were in the landscaping. As I said, we expanded the original scope, but there were cost savings as a result of removing some of the scope, including the paving and the washroom. The difference was about $640,000, and this is partly where we got our budget number of $650,000 for 2026. Due to the higher costs than anticipated in the original budget, we did have to prioritize what we were going to complete this year. So as a project team, we identified certainly the expanding the capacity, the services. The maintenance yard and maintenance shed were in the way of that expansion that had to happen, as well as we accomplished some pathways and landscaping as well. The projected cost for the end of this phase is approximately $1,680,000. The project is delayed due to the labor dispute, so the anticipated completion date at this point for this phase is in the spring 2026. So that means there is some remaining scope and brings us back to the budget ask for 2026. The remaining items we've identified there and involve the bigger cost is the landscaping, as we mentioned, as well as some of those original scope that we attempted to complete this year.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Council, questions? Councillor Hamilton?
Thanks very much for the clarity on where the budget changed, how things shifted. That's really valuable. I know there was a phase 3 in the master plan. This was phase 2. What would be the consequences of shifting rather than having, and this 650,000 for 2026 is for the completion of phase 2. What would be the consequences of rather than providing this extension here, but just pausing and considering doing this work in phase 3?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, we are obligated through the OCP to do some environmental compensation as a result of the habit loss. So we wouldn't be completing that. That was anticipated to be done this year. There was also landscaping, which is not critical to the work. So I believe components of it certainly wouldn't have a large impact. We did leave this site. There was a strip of landscaping that we did not complete. And so it is a bare strip, if you will. So there is an aesthetic consequence to not putting some effort into completing the project this year.
Do you mind just going back to the back a few slides? Yeah, that one. Nope, one forward. Thank you. And so the environmental compensation you were talking about, which we're obligated to do, is 40,000. Yeah.
That's the estimate. Yes.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councillor Pettingill next, but
Yeah, can we just go slowly to slide with title 3 and then 2? I just want to have another quick. Okay, thank you. And 2? Okay, so and for my clarity then, the change here, we've done this change, and then the ask is for additional on top of this, or they're one and the same, or there's a mix?
Through the chair, I would say it's a mix. This is our budget ask went in spring of last year, and these are more realized costs to date. So it is a slight variation. After we did receive the tender results, we did recognize that some of the costs in either we are much higher than we anticipated, and we realized that we could scale some down, as well as we could do achieve some of the scope slightly differently to still achieve the main intent. So it is a hybrid. And it is a hybrid.
Okay, thank you. And one of the other reasons I asked to go back is I thought I saw, and now I'm not seeing it now, but washrooms or bathrooms crossed out. Can you just clarify, have bathrooms been scoped in or out as part of all of this?
Yeah, certainly. So it was again identified through the chair. It was identified in the original concept plan as a washroom would be an attribute to the facility. When we got into the detailed design and spoke with Public Works about the use of the facility, it felt like it was a relatively low use. It would be relatively low use. There would be a maintenance cost associated with it, as well as when Public Works eventually have a full-time staff, which they do anticipate at some point, that would be much more useful for them as well. So the decision was that this wasn't a kind of a critical short-term piece of infrastructure, and that we could implement it when the need arose.
I don't see any hands, so I'll venture a question of my own, and then I'll come around to council, see if there's additional questions. This entrance feature here, as listed, is a substantial increase. And then is that sort of function accomplished by the signage item in the other in the other slide. Is that what happened? That one, I mean, they're all, there's lots of challenging bits to it, but that one jumps at me along with the landscaping. But just on the entrance feature, have we rethought that? And can you update me there?
Yeah, through you, the chair. Yes, we have rethought that, and that was one of those costs that came back that was much higher than we originally anticipated. So our intent certainly was to scale it down. We have recently developed a sign template for a park, and the thought process was we would use a very similar sign for the cemetery, and I believe that cost would be in the realm of $10,000 versus what you're seeing here.
Okay, and that lower number and approach is what was included in the current ask. Is that correct?
Through you, the chair, that the current ask again was done a long time ago, and so discussions since we haven't fully dug into the scope because we were waiting to see if the funding would come through. But yes, the intent is to significantly reduce the scope that what you see here, including a sign that would be approximately $10,000.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. If you can go to the next slide, I believe it was. And thanks for the additional detail on this. I guess I am curious, and so I made one more slide over. In order to kind of complete this project as bare bones as possible now, like what items on here are absolutely required and mandatory, and which ones do staff feel like we could push to a future phase, knowing that there's going to be further work on the cemetery at some point?
Can we go a couple slides down, please? The other way. Oh. Yeah. One more, please. Yeah. Thank you for the question. Through the chair, I've created kind of some options maybe to help clarify. So maybe I'll just pause that question for 1 second. The previous question was also, what kind of cost savings could we find? So in the last, week since our last meeting, recognized that, this is a tough budget year, and we're looking to cut discretionary spending. So one proposal would be to reduce the $650,000 ask to $512,000, and we'd find savings to those kind of green highlighted areas. And I can speak to them specifically, or if required. I think what you're asking though is kind of option 2. So option 2 is what I would recommend is kind of the base funding amount. 20,000 contingency, and part of that would be, the building is not complete. There is not a lot of contingency left in this year's budget. It's not complete until the spring, so it gives us a little bit of buffer. The entrance sign, as previously mentioned, for $10,000, environmental compensation, and then $20,000 to address that strip of unfinished land.
Thank you for the advanced work on assuming what my question might be. This is really helpful. I'll just digest this for a sec.
Thank you. Other slides. Thank you for the slide. Other questions while we contemplate this slide? That's what I was trying to say. Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor Herford. So the staff recommendation doesn't make any reference to options. Does that mean staff would be specifically looking for us to indicate an option ultimately?
So the preferred option is the recommendation, which is the entirety. And then these are alternatives that would not be included there there's actually 4 options. Option 1A being that endorsement of the initial ask. Just to orient us, and I'll look to staff if there's a correction. That's correct. Okay. Council, go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
I would like to move that council direct staff to include Mount Garibaldi Cemetery expansion and service improvements following option 1 initial savings in the draft 2026-2035 financial plan as presented at the December 16th meeting. Seconded, I'll speak to it.
I'll second that. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Thanks staff for doing the due diligence on the options presented here with some options for reduced scope. I hummed and hawed between option 1 and option 3. I do think it's important that we get the landscaping over the line, the environmental compensation components. I think that the piece that I was just struggling with and where this landed in our budget is a broader conversation that we've been having in terms of where the decision points are in terms of change of scope and change of budget in big capital projects like this more broadly. And so there was a motion that was supported by council back in May around a review of lessons learned on delivery of district-led key projects. That is still an outstanding motion, and I suspect it'll come back to a future committee of the whole. But this is one project that it would just be helpful to better understand like where those decision points are, how we get in ahead of the fact that the reality is that costs escalate. I don't want to slow the project down, but it also feels really challenging where we end up at the 11th hour in a future budget with a 50% cost escalation to get less than what we had originally envisioned a year and a half earlier. And so I appreciate the due diligence on this particular file. I would like to see this project get across the line and it continue to be a enjoyable landscaped space for folks to grieve and celebrate the memories of folks who have passed. It is a tricky, all years are tricky budget years. And so it's important that we do our due diligence in sharpening our pencils. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. I'm not going to be supporting the motion on the floor. If this motion does fail, I would be putting forward a motion for option 2. I won't put forward an amendment at this point because I think that that is a reasonably substantial change. And this is my reason for not supporting this motion has more to do with more general principles, more general ways that we operate as a council and as a district. At the end of 2023, this project was estimated to be $1.2 million plus a 40% contingency. We are now at $2.3 million 2 years later. That's a nearly doubling from a Class D cost estimate. So I don't know how to change our budgeting, our cost estimation processes other than by when we get to a project that actually can be paused and moved to a future decision, stopped when we see costs escalating well beyond the class estimates, that we do stop that project. There are projects we can't do that with. Bridges. You can't stop a bridge halfway. There are projects you can, and this is one of them. I think we need a clearer process in our decision making so that we can make decisions with realistic cost estimates. Thanks.
Thank you. Other comments? Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
A little bit torn on this one. I think I'm inclined. Councillor Hamilton's points are very compelling, but I also recognize that a cemetery can be an important touch point to the community and where you've been and family. With so much change and so on, this is one area where I find it a little extra hard to sort of not stretch. I do have some concerns about how the scope changed and the budgets changed so much and we didn't have a discussion. So I think that sort of debrief that Councillor Stoner is talking about it is important, but I think where I am now, I am all things balanced out, able to support option 1.
Thank you. Other comments? I'm speaking in support of the motion. I had the opportunity to be on site not that long ago, and the expansion is sizable, and you know, I have family members in the cemetery there, and as I looked at the construction site, I thought about my grandfather being excited to be close to something that's happening, and maybe, you know, looking over construction. But also, I think it's important that we make the investments and get in and get out, so that the site is not a construction site for a prolonged period of time. I think that reducing further from option one just prolongs the amount of time that we're there. The next phase is, from my understanding, is sort of a capacity increase that will happen slightly over our over the horizon. So this completes the project. I do think there's lessons learned here that I would like to dig into a little more to understand, as far as you know, how master plans feed into capital projects. But that's a bigger piece than this. And I think even though that this is something we could step back from, we'd be doing a disservice to our community to do so. So I'm very thankful for all the work on this file, especially this slide. Thank you very much. And I do agree that this is a reasonable path forward in really a challenging time from the perspective of cost escalation and in delivery of our capital projects. So thank you very much for that. So with that, I'll call the, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Finan.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to say I agree with Councillor Hamilton.
Okay, so I'll call the question. All in favor? And opposed? Councillor French, Greenlaw, Hamilton, opposed. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Council, what we're going to do is we will recess this. We're at the point where we need to recess this meeting, so we have a reasonable break for ourselves and staff prior to this evening's regular. So we will recess this meeting to resume following the regular to deal with the last topic, but the last two items on the list. And we have till, I'm just going to check with our corporate officer on the start time of the regular. We need to start within 30 minutes of the posted time. So I'm going to challenge council to be here at 25 after, so that we can start, we'll aim to start at 25 after. 20 after. 20 after. Final offer, 20 after. We'll see you back here at 20 after, and we will do the regular meeting at that time.